Alright, give me 1 minute, chat. Cat-related mess. 1 minute. Be right back. Okay, sorry about the wait. How's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Oh, lamp. I love lamp. Not supposed to be up this early? Yo, same. But my coffee is delicious today. So, winning something. Anyway, I hope y'all are doing great. Cat, where are you? You're not at least gonna say hi? Cat. Yep, that's you. Now, in his defense, I probably should not have left that mug where I did, but Cat decided to jump up at a very inopportune time, and I had some cleanup to do. Anyway, good to see all you. Viper, Mahoney, Fleece, Sean, Liam, Scroll, Onyx, Dex, The Forward, Stuffed Beaver, Jester, Portal Knight, Reckless Monster, Dank Honey Oil, Friholio, Mr. Adblock, Bluck. Hope you're all doing great. So, I wanted to start a little bit early today. A little earlier than I ended up actually starting. Don't start howling at the wall, cat. Because I want to get some more featured farming in. We should have, you know, around about 3 hours of featured farming before it rolls over into whatever we get next. So looking forward to that. Let's just do the thing. Oh, also, I've been messing around with Skeet Prod, and I've been enjoying using it so much. I was like, man, I really wish I could get rid of this reload animation. So I did. I just decided I didn't like seeing the animation anymore. Hey, Stuff Beaver. Also, what sound is my lamp making? You hear that? You good, homie? Huh. Is that loud? Woke up before today, couldn't sleep again. Oh, I'm sorry, Jester. Time to start planning our 1-year celebration. Consent forms are in the mail. Sounds good, Beaver. Thank you for the 11 months. I appreciate it. Text-to-speech will get around to that eventually. Scuffed setup. Scuffed streamer. Washed, even.
She's just a girl and she's
there it is.
Time to start planning our 1-year celebration. Consent forms are in the mail. Quag shy.
Sounds like it's vibrating. Alright, hang on. Cat, you gotta calm down. Lamp, you gotta calm down. Which one's calming first? Is it gonna be you? Never change your little shit. So, Skeet Prod. Just look at my ammo closely. So we're gonna mess around with that. If I make it really bright, it stops vibrating, and I think my cam will adjust to that. Probably, maybe. That's so fucking bright. That's so bright. Alright, bright or dark? Dark? Okay. See damage from Skeet Prod? Absolutely. This is what I got. I believe it. Great but bad. Great but bad, of course. I think I finally found a build I can call favorite. It ended up being Burst Abo. Nice, Onyx. I figured it'd be that. You've been playing a lot of those. Morning, Tender. How you doing? Mine's about the same then. Dub? Nice, comment. You can get higher damage than this. You can get 9 something, maybe even 1,000. It depends on how many of these crit damage parts you have. Like, you can compare this one to my Volatile. My Volatile got the higher damage roll, but one fewer crit part. Also kind of sad my Primordial doesn't have the funny 22 times zoom, but oh well. Make sure the rest of my gear is correct. Finally got a Barbaload with Stabbo Power, by the way. Poison damage does nothing, but Stabbo Power is more from the Shadow's duration, so that's cool. Yeah, I got this. Ugh. Ugh. I've had that on a mule, and I thought it was a meme until I started using it on this. And it's funny. You know Barbalode's load effect is bugged? I've heard. Good thing it does like 5 different things, so I don't really care. Like, one of the many, many things the item's capable of functions once per room. And that's fine. Big thing with Skeet Prod is you want to take as many of those ammo alters as you can. It starts feeling sustainable around 2. 3 isn't strictly necessary, but if your damage isn't great, 3 helps. Hotfix out yet? Hey Roddy. How you doing? Would you like to see in today's hotfix? They mentioned last week SMGs. There's a couple things they put in the hotfix notes for last week that didn't end up making it in, particularly the frost weapon tuning. So I'd expect to see those at least. In terms of other stuff, I don't know. Good point, Kat. We also have no idea what the feature is going to be. It's going to be a repeat of some kind because we've now seen all the bosses. My personal bet is Dragon Lord, because that was the first one, but maybe they surprise us. My W key. This is me hitting my W key. There we go. Name another streamer who has as much broken tech, including cats. My lamp don't work, my PC don't work, my cat don't work. I'm just built different. Saying hey real quick. Gotta drive my aunt around again, but I'll be listening. Sounds good, Worlds. Good to see you.
Here's something. I believe there's a Kevin near you.
They do sandwich or chums. They won't do that, Portal Knight, because those are paid content. What would happen if someone who doesn't have that paid content wanted to do the featured run? So I don't think they'll do that.
Ready to cast. Energy's empty.
Yeah, no shot I'm hitting that thing.
Never send a corpse of your killer's job.
Trill and Western. Okay. Crabs in every chamber and solicit just for you. You think they'd do solicit 2 in a row? I hope they wouldn't. I hope they wouldn't. Imagine if it's another extended run, but both bosses are solicit. You guys hate me, don't you? You just actually hate me. Bet is that they buff the wizard's pipe into Parasite. You think? That would be on theme with the SMG talk. Who drops the Swordorang? What if we just get a out of nowhere Swordorang buff? Because that gun is trash, by the way. And I forgot who dropped it. Also, this cat is timing his meows every time I keep my mic up, and it's kind of cute. The obelisk can also go. It's either Ostagold or Pyramid, yeah. Memory serves, every time they buff something that boss has been featured, Banshee, when Automagic was buffed, the chance and Sword Explosion was buffed. That's true.
See what happens?
That is true. I know I don't need to do a full run for the Amalgam farm, but I'm just gonna do one full run for warm-up purposes. Cat is losing his goddamn mind today. Con buff out of nowhere? I'd love it. Hey Chimpy, how you doing? If they do give SMG some love, then my volatile throwable hole come even better at getting enchantments. I still haven't used the throwable hole post it being enchanted. I did put a few SMGs in my inventory today in prep for maybe SMG day. But I put some other things in here too, because you never know. It always pays to be prepared. Now, the chance of me using any of those things other than the Skeet Prod, Skeet Prod's too much fun. We stand the Skeet Prod in this house. Also go for Sodarang, I say Malvos to Skeep Amulet. Cool. Yeah, so, that thing sucks. Now, inferior shotguns are already fighting an uphill battle in terms of chucking anyway, so if you're gonna make one focus around chucking, it needs to be, like, real good to not be terrible. And unfortunately... Hang on, why are you in a different place? Why are you here? Why does this move? Hey Chester, how you doing?
I see dead. Watch out.
Yeah, I like how with this much reload speed, the Ski Prod just looks like it's firing in bursts. These are entire magazines I'm shooting, by the way. Like, this isn't burst fire. This is just whole mags. All we need is a Calcon removal, mega buff, and then Quag will only ever use snipers. Pretty much. Look at what I do lately. I just use snipers. Sword Explosion? No, I have a Ludite equipped. I don't need to worry about that. We Ski Prod, we sure are. Solicitor resists shock. This is just kind of an experiment.
Ready to bring the arcane pain.
You're this shocked, but the ski prod's like, I got you anyway. So this is Dr. Quadra, the shepherd of Skeep, instead of... Sir? Sir? How we doing? Doing okay, Mr. Atblock. How you doing? It looks a lot darker in my room than it is. I've got so much, like, light from that side. I guess because I have that curtain closed, but that goes right into my cam, so whatever, deal with it. Not sure if it's my internet or yours. You seem overly pixely today in the UK. Could be both. Could be both. My internet has been pretty unstable here lately, so likely me. More likely me than you. Wish I could do something about that. I apologize for the quality. But, nothing I can do. Hotfix day or Hotfix, or not fix day. Just wanna make a poll. I think it's pretty valid to assume Hotfix day. We haven't had a not fix, like, yet at all for this game. And, we got a DLC last week, so we know at the very least we're getting Form 2 of that boss this week. They also mentioned last week and the week before some changes they were keeping an eye on. So we can expect updates on, like, at least one of those, right? Ow, that was rude. Calculated. Hey, show enough, son. Thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you. I hope your day's going well. Thank you for the support. Hope you enjoy the emotes, ad for viewing, sub badge, faster channel points, all the good stuff. Thank you so much. Don't apologize, understand. I just haven't seen you like this for a while. Don't worry, I'll still watch you. Pixels skeeping. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. It frustrates the shit out of me, too. Not fixes never really started in BL3 until a while in. Yeah. Hotfix is live 9 PST. That's usually the cutoff for them going live. Yeah, leg of the table. For, like, the earliest they'll possibly go live. Yeah. We don't have the notes yet. And we usually get those at some point in the next about 2 hours. This time Imelda is so far away she requires the 22 times zoom from Skeep Prod. Everyone's forced to run it. Based. Skeep Prod enjoyers. Any other Skeep Prod Sigma grind set havers in the chat today? Anyone else truly just built different? Because you could use other guns, or you could use the Skeep Prod. And there is only one correct answer here. All I'm going to say is I love the Ski Prod early on. I'm just that cool. You are, Viper. To answer your question, Bluck, the other mode is semi-auto on mine. Maybe it can roll burst? I don't know. Allow Masterwork Bow to get elemental rolls now. Why would they do that?
Chew on this.
Morning, Rabbit Mac. How you doing?
Oh, I made this baby, so you have to love it.
Ow.
Tastes like green butt wipes.
Ah, that's a mimic. I was going for an HP vial, but that is not an HP vial. I don't know, I just wanted to poison. Have you tried using another gun in poison? Remember what happens if you have one gun that fills too many niches. You stop using other items completely. Okay, Gloop, did you learn to aim? Kind of. Man, it's so awkward trying to have my full health enchant and have my action skill available, because I want to do a specific thing. Alright, target me. Good job. Okay, that's what I wanted. Blizzard. Doing okay? How's the Wonderlands going? It's going. We're doing some warm-up skeet prodding. Skeet prod, my beloved. I didn't like the reload animation, so I got rid of it. See, we're reloading. Reloading constantly. You see it? See the reload? Look closely. It's happening. Frost and lightning. So you just have a Skulldugger, doesn't have heat, and shoots at 9 bursts, you don't have magazines? Understandable. How does Barbalode work with Ricochet effect? So, Barbalode's effect is, if there's a crossbolt stuck in an enemy, there's the listed chance for it to shoot a projectile at a nearby enemy. That projectile is gun damage, and it bases its damage off of whatever caused the projectile to launch, not whatever you stuck into the target. So I could, for example, stick a bunch of skeet prod bolts into a target, and then cause the Barbalode to launch with an ice spike. Those would be, you know, of the damage of the ice spike, but still count as gun damage. Still ricochet. I blinked actually applies. Would a Frost and Lightning Crossblade get 100% damage from a soaked enemy? No, the Frost part would get 50% more, and the Lightning part would get 50% more. That is different than it getting 100%. Still looking for that, that Boilermaker. Not having too much luck. Sad about it. I also still want that Primordial liquid cooling. Real Hotfix question, what's gonna get nerfed by small percent? I'm thinking maybe White Rider for SMGs. I could totally see that happening. I don't want it to, but I could totally see that happening. What's up, Kevin? You are a cat. Good boy. What? I agree. I don't want it either, but they buffed it early on, so... Yeah, it doesn't seem an unlikely change, but I hope they don't do that. I want to use bouncy and impact chucks at some point in this game's life, just for the wrongness of it. Like, Furior got this huge glow up to be thematically in line with this game, you know, and not just TDR. But the TDR modules are still there. You could just use them. You guys ever have a recurring problem of someone else has a very similar phone number to you, so you get constantly like weird just shit that's meant for someone else, and you have to wonder what kind of life that person's living? Anyone else? Get a hotfix today? Yeah. Poor mother that called me thinking I was 9 years old. Someone's probably giving your number out as a fake number, people who ask them out. Yeah, that's happened to me. That's happened to me before. This is delicious. How you doing, Scoops? Probably shouldn't have popped from the shadows this early, because the enemies are just non-existent. Oh.
Looks like
Is this the Krusty Krab? No. This is Quag. Rick. I don't know. Hey Dan Eld, how you doing? Wish all the enemies to spawn at once would make it faster, so you could pew pew more shit faster. Sounds more fun. Spawning all the enemies at once kinda just would make it less content. But spawning them faster, making them more aggressive, putting more of that percentage at once, yes. If they put everything at once, you know what happens? You get something with big splash radius, you knock out the entire map in one hit, and you move on. Rooms start taking 5 seconds with every build instead of just some builds. Like, that was a very fast room. Stream looking blurry? Yeah, I'm having some internet stability issues today. I could restart stream. Scale 1 to 10, how bad is it? I could toggle a thing that sometimes helps in restart stream? You guys tell me.
Energy sucked.
Zero for me. Zero being which side of it, Owl? I'm so confused. Maybe I should have been more specific. How does the scale work? Zero bad or good? It's as normal. Okay. So it's only some people having trouble, apparently. It might depend on when you tuned in. If it looks bad, try refreshing. See what happens. When in doubt, turn it off and on again. I'll keep going. Done anything with the lightning chucks? Literally yesterday. Also week 1 of the game. But yeah, I revisited it yesterday. Morning Flight. I finally making my way through chaos levels. Any gun recommendations for Frostwater aside from Last Rites and Sword Explosion? Used Antique Great Bow, Skeet Prod, Carouser, Lightning Bolt, specifically Chain Lightning Bolt, Chuck Fear Knots, Liquid Cooling, White Rider. You've of course got your Luddites, you've got your Body Rockers. Yeah, like, there's almost no weapons in this game that aren't good. It's a very short list of items I'd be like, hey, maybe don't use that one. Very short list. It's basically just the con, the Sword Explosion, not the Sword Explosion, the Sword Array. It's like the con and the Sword Array. I can't think of another one right now. There probably is another, I just don't know it. How's the quad bow? It's okay. Fragment Rain's a lot of fun. Yeah. Fragment Rain is great for mobbing. Morning, Hazel. How you doing? What does the thesaurus have for breakfast? A synonym roll. Can't stay? You provided immense enjoyment in your brief stay, Hazel. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, it's a nice 1 mil ricochet. Cool. Kevin, your claws are in my feet. Ow. My cat is killing me. Think Hero Point should carry over the next Borderlands game? This isn't a Borderlands game, though. That's the thing. This game's doing things that, I'm sure they don't even intend to carry over into Borderlands. So, I just kind of force myself to not think too much through the lens of Borderlands for decisions made in this game. Trying very hard to be different, I'm gonna let it be different. Might already answered this, but how do you know if the White Rider's times 2? It'll consume 2 ammo per shot, as Onyx said for you there. Felt inspired to go back to Spellshot, found out Queen's Crybeaters have a tough time hitting the Polymorph Skeep, so using that to mask proc free casts and Blood of the Fallen. That's cool. Sounds enjoyable. Happy Hotfix Day, Rohit. How you doing?
Get busted and blasted.
Is this dog gonna kill me? Hey, White Rider. It is not ×2. Sad. Played Wonderlands and BL3 enemies in Wonderlands feel more tanky. Is that just because I suck at builds? Got to 25 or so? Not really, Tall Peasant. Basically, there's more difficulty in this game than there was at an equivalent time in BL3. It is not as easy to get ridiculous damage. Now, the ridiculous damage options are still here. It's just a little bit more difficult to get on most of the classes. So, it's a product of... There's more enemies in this game you have to actually interact with. Whereas in BL3, most enemies you can trivialize by just nuking an entire room with a button press. Or one pull of the trigger. Can't just ride the TK's wave through the whole game. There's equivalents, but it's harder to do, yeah. Morning, Cavell, how you doing? Kinda love these emotes? Hey, I'm glad. I'm glad. I have a lot of artist friends, and many of them have contributed artwork to the channel, that I'm very happy with all of it. I love my emotes. How would you feel if they triple the damage of the con and only consume 1 ammo per shot? It might finally be usable if you're hugging an enemy.
Just the tip.
Just the tip, huh, Mr. Adblock? Thank you for the $30.
Spells are up.
Thank you so much. Do enjoy nuking a room. A nice bean burrito is a great setup for it. Ooh, you got a black bean burrito. You got some rice. Got some pico de gallo. Steak. Yeah, we'll do it. Solicitor resistant to shock? Yes.
Well, hello there.
Sub for
little
Onyx,
squirrels.
courtesy of Sora. I can do that. Managed to skip the health phase with 1 blue cake shot yesterday? Yeah, that's satisfying to do. Head of the Snake. Chaotic, good passives, high thread count. Guess I take that. Yeah, Onyx, enjoy courtesy of Sora. And take it easy, Sora. Don't forget jalapenos for that poignant regret. Tell me how you feel about Salt and Battery. Just got one, I'm not sure. Salt and Battery is extremely powerful. I've limited my usage of it because it's just kind of excessively bonkers. Like, I like doing interesting things with melee in this game, and Salt and Battery is, like, anything but interesting. It's just kind of like, hey, hi, you know?
He's on fire.
Hey, Pupty, how you doing? Did tip not go through? It did. It did. It said Mr. Adblock just tipped $30. I got it. I see it. Explains my issues against her. Yeah, with Celissa, you really want to, have fire weapons. any element really except for shock against the shields, but then you really want fire for the flesh phase. Hasn't impressed me if I was thinking it was my setup. It goes nuts on crits. A lot of people like using From the Shadows with that, but there's other ways to get melee crit chance. Melee crit chance is probably the easiest of the crit chances to stack. There's just a lot of sources. It even has a built-in version of the Rampage hilt where you get a stacking melee crit chance each swing. For each successful swing, I should say. He's non-chaotic, Frost, Salt, and Batter to keep things fun. Builds mainly Dreadwinds, the use is limited. Yeah, if using Dreadwinds, then it won't really go nuts. Why the fuck can they make shielded characters resistant to shock? Difficulty. It's a way of incentivizing you using different items and different strategies and different things without making things into massive HP walls. Wishes no nerfs, for please of God, no nerfs, just buffs, please. So balance requires a healthy combination of both. For example, if you think the live wire in its current state does not need to be addressed, you are sticking your head in the sand. Nerfs are healthy. And for the entirety of the lifetime of this game, they have done more buffs than nerfs. Doing just one leads to Borderlands 3, where everything is easy, there's no challenge, and it gets boring to a lot of people. Not doing enough buffs leads to Borderlands 2, where you have no options at endgame. Doing something in the middle is how you do better. I prefer buffs because eventually the game's going to be way harder, you'll have more item diversity. Buffs do not create more item diversity. They suppress it. Do both. Mine is stop hotfixing the game. Why do you want the game to stop getting updates, Deep Zombie? Morning, Foster. Taking a bit of a risk doing last-minute respec on hotfix day. Didn't you say Blasphemous is just a bad skill? Can't recall? Yeah. What I've seen, the nerfs we've seen have just been fixes for wrong damage calcs. For the most part, Scoops. For the most part. Small tweaks every week's a good thing. Yeah, like... Again, would you rather issues go unaddressed for months at a time, or would you rather a chance of it being fixed every week? We get hotfixes every week, we get patches every month. That's them, like, supporting their game. I don't see how that's bad. Now, there's a few people out there who want the game to fail, who say it being updated all the time is bad. But fuck those people. Stream milk and crisp now. I'm glad, Mr. Black. I'm glad. I got Kevin on my feet right now, David. So, he's just kind of like, he's relaxing on my feet. Yeah, that's you. It's more fun having to try new weapons and items with buffs and nerfs, not just using Revolter or Plasma Glow for everything. Like, yeah, you eventually get to a point where the only thing you can do to get people to use different items in BL3 was just make a new, more powerful item than everything that's there. Like, no thank you. We saw how that turned out. In that game, you could one-shot the largest non-True Trials health bar in the game with 0 skill points before your feet touched the arena. On the character with the least damage. I'm referring to one-shotting the Seer as a Mara with 0 skill points before touching the floor. Which you haven't checked it out, Moxie did that, Lazy Data did it on all 3 of the other characters, and most high-end builds could kill Seer in 7 seconds or less. Because that's what happens when you don't nerf things. Been on Chaos 24 for 3 weeks now. And what does that have to do with you wanting the game to stop receiving updates, Deep Zombie? Because you're getting bored of not progressing? Okay, that's a you problem. Like, you could just continue playing instead of wanting everybody who plays the entire game to stop receiving updates because you are not progressing? Like, that's a you problem. That's you. Liquid cooling is kind of bad for the rebuff. It wasn't, though, Portal Knight. That's the thing. It wasn't bad. It wasn't. These are great examples of people projecting the talking points you're seeing right now. Liquid cooling, post-nerf, was still one of the highest DPS weapons in the game, but the thing it no longer did post-nerf was replace having a build. You needed to build for the item. Still one of the highest DPS sustaining things. Like, you could shoot a liquid cooling longer than any other gun in the game. It's cryo, so it benefited from soaked and various other effects. Like, it wasn't bad, you just didn't build for it. There is a difference there. It never became bad. It went from busted OP, most ridiculous thing in the game, not in the Torg manufacturer at least. Ludite's still out DPS pre-nerf liquid cooling, by the way. To, hey, this gun's still pretty good, and now it's back to stronger than most things. Like, if you need help, people are here to help. Exactly what Hephaestus said. Is the actual reload animation happening here? Yes! Here, I'll do it again for you, Chester. Ready? Don't blink. I'm reloading constantly right now. Ruby's has to get toned again, right? Maybe not a ton, but I think it's definitely in the equipped gun clear room category with minimal effort. I could see them reducing the bonus of the alt fire mode. Because currently it's like, what, a 2.8 times bonus for being in the secondary fire mode? That is what's making it unbalanced. Try alternating as fast as you can between reload and shoot. Okay, I'll keep my mic queued up so you can hear me doing it. That's that. Son of which is so annoying. You've got a few options. As mentioned there by Viper, sigils block his skull attack, so that gives you plenty of time to do the damage to him. If you're having trouble killing the bird, it gets insta-killed by alt fire of Queen's Cry, alt fire of Auto Magic. It gets insta-killed by being direct impacted by any Furior Chuck. And if you're having trouble surviving his Nova attack, know that the best way to dodge that is line of sight. Get behind a wall. It can't hit you through a wall. And you can hit Son of a Witch through a wall with things like Companions doing the damage for you, with things like shooting a crossblade through a wall. Like, there's strategies for all of this stuff. You do not need to ask the entire game to stop receiving updates because you won't try new things. It's okay. So use fire. Huh? Son of a Witch and its dumb chicken dies with Ludites. Yeah, Torg Stickies are a great bossing option. Can I blink now? No, you can't, Pupty. Never again. Only thing I see is the tiniest twitch of the left hand. Here, I can unequip this ridiculous ring. And that should make it a little more visible. See it? So you can see it now. That's it's me using this beauty. Rain of Arrows. Rain of Arrows is great there. Gluttony. Gluttony is incredible against Son of a Witch. Ring's nuts. Yeah, I've had it in a mule forever. And then I was sitting here using the ski prod. I was like, what can I do to make this dumber? Stroking the gun? Yes, sir. Also, it's okay to reduce difficulty farm for more gear. Right. Like, this is all being viewed through the lens of, hey, I need to increase my chaos tier. You don't, though. Because if you're not appropriately geared to the point where you cannot get to the next chaos tier, guess what? You should not be increasing your chaos tier. It's that simple. You don't need to feel pressured into the highest difficulty. Like, it is designed to be taken at your subjective individual pace. There's nothing wrong with taking weeks to go through the climb, because then you will be more prepared and you will be having fun, rather than playing on someone else's terms. What can I use next run? What can I use? Oh, let's do a Heck Waiter run. Actually, I haven't done a Crossbow Gen run. Ah, too bad, we're doing a Heck Waiter. I have too many rings. I don't even know what I have. Sure, we'll do that. Plus, don't compare yourself to streamers since they're playing for a job, and that playtime gives more chance for drops, more optimal gear. Yeah. Went through a quag using the Masterwork Bow, Amp Shield from Chaos Chamber tutorial, Mage Armor, Berserker multiclass. Changed to Stabber recently, though. That sounds fun. See now, when a menu in-game, the stream looks like normal when playing or moving normally, stream looks like poop. That would probably be my, my connection being terrible. Armor that sucks with 2 double knot. That's just funny. Huh. So I packed a couple SMGs out of hopium. Hopium. Also, I did not do any bank management.
Enter the chaos.
If you really want to increase chaos level, just use pixies. See, I don't advise that, Roddy, because that just kicks the can down the road. People who just use pixies, they never actually learn what they were doing wrong to not meet the damage checks, so they become dependent on the pixies. So I never suggest that. %, Heck Waiter buff incoming. You imagine.
Piercing cold.
If this thing gets buffed, then, like, proof of the power of feedback regardless of whether you use an item or not. That's something I'm afraid of. Happened a lot in BL3 where items got tuned because of what people said, not because of how the item performs. Hopefully we don't get much of that in this game. Got C30 today using Livewire, I feel bad about it. If you're just trying to cross the finish line, Kitten's Bomb, excuse me, then, like, yeah, it'll get you there. It's just one of those things that, I think the reason why things like that shouldn't be allowed to linger is because it suppresses creativity. Because if you know that's always there, you're not gonna be trying quite as hard. You're not gonna be looking for as many solutions to your problems. And in a game that's longevity, the entirety of the longevity is predicated on experimentation. That just doesn't seem like the play. Think a build entirely around Blast Gas could be good? Yeah, absolutely. Blast Gas, post-buff, it was like a nerf combined with a bug fix, so it worked out to be stronger than it was pre-update. Blast Gas is basically now comparable to Double Knot. It's just less consistent at peak. It's comparable, though. And it arguably outscales Double Knot if you have bonus elements. That was a real fast room. Hey, loading. Thank you for the 1 year. I appreciate it. Think about the counter feint. The counter feint's cool. It's a little awkward because triggering it requires putting yourself in an awkward situation. But the effect is valuable. Very valuable. Now, unfortunately for it, it has to compete with, like, the body rune. Which, honestly, very few wards win that fight. It's like Bad Egg, Body Rune, and then everyone else.
Brr. Reload sound burr. Decep. Okay.
Well said, loading. Well said. Thank you so much. Blast Gasp? Blast Gasp is good, but it requires some threshold of investment that the others don't. Cursed Wit is extremely overrated. In fact, let's talk about Cursed Wit. I guarantee you, 9 out of 10 builds that gush about how great the Cursed Wit is, aren't even getting its damage bonus. Cursed Wit not only is extremely annoying, but it has the same threshold of activation as the Last Gasp, but with the additional layer of requiring you to be close. And you'll see a lot of people talk about using Cursed Wit with, say, their Pixie builds. Guess what? It's not doing shit. You know why? Because you don't get close to anything. So you don't get the damage. The Pixies kill before you can close the gap. Meaning it's just not doing anything. And if you're referring to things like current Livewire setups, if you were to do like absolutely everything meta you could for the Livewire, Bad Egg wins. So, yeah. What I'm hearing is we need a Pixie buff. Absolutely loading. It's been 7 days since we got a Pixie buff. That's 7 days too many. Blast Chill is double dipping? Yes. But the thing with Blast Chill is... the thing with Blast Chill double dipping, I should say. Cursed Wit at point blank is 100% conditional damage. You also get conditional damage from the Berserker's The Old Ways skill. You get conditional damage from the Spellblade. You get conditional damage from the Full Health enchantment. You get conditional damage from the Spore Warden's Headhunter skill. Meanwhile, the Bad Egg, the melee multiplier you get while your Bad Egg is broken, is entirely unique. Nothing else in the game gives that. So formula-wise, assuming you have the old ways, Bad Egg is more damage. Build subclass you're running? Currently I'm running a Stabomancer Spore Warden. And with the latest change to the Livewire, as of last week, since the Livewire chains are now melee damage, Livewire can double dip Bad Egg. So, like, Bad Egg wins again. Heckwaiter looking good? Yeah, Kirk. Heckwaiter slaps. Hard time deciding between Bad Egg and Body Rune in my melee build. Both feel very similar. With Bad Egg, the movement speed's always on. That could be the deciding factor, honestly, Dank. I was hoping to dodge that. Do love nasty noises. Never change. Move speed always being active makes a huge difference on melee builds and early damage gaps for closing the distance. Exactly. Exactly that. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know about the Bad Egg, what it does listed on the card, it gives you 20% movement speed. This is not conditional, it's just always on if you have it equipped. It also gives you a 35% dark magic bonus element on your melee damage while it's broken. And that's really nice. But the other thing it doesn't tell you about, it gives you a melee damage bonus that is separate from all other melee damage bonuses in the formula while it's broken. So, Bad Egg is the melee ward, as long as you are not vampire tanking. If you're tanking with a vampire hilt, unfortunately your Bad Egg will never be active. Which, sad. That's when Body Rune comes in again, but... Armor thing's going on till June 2nd. Ooh, nice, Kentrama. That's good to know. That's good to know. I assumed it was a week. I should read more. What's better, tanking with vampire using Bad Egg for damage? Depends on how fast you kill things, depends on how much damage you're taking. Some enemies you can avoid the damage, some enemies you can't. Spell hit so hard. Ice Spike. Ice Spikes are good. So I want to let you know, I appreciate it. Mace Wardu shield have any place in the melee game? It can trigger Alchemical Agent if it crits Dex. And it goes off your melee crit chance, so it's not hard to get it to auto crit. So it's kind of funny, enemies can hit you, and then apply a dot to themselves strong enough to kill them. It's not really any more efficient than just applying the dot to them yourself, but it's funny. You do the same thing with a hammer and anvil. Player on more of that Mace Wardu setup? No, I kind of moved towards using other wards, namely Bad Egg. I wanted more damage. Bad egg double roll roid? I believe so. I believe so. Figure Mace Warder Rebukes can do something extreme. I was wrong. Yeah, Rebuke just kind of doesn't do damage. Rebuke is literally just the shock feedback anointment from BL3, just made into a skill. It does not do any meaningful amount of damage at all. And we do not have the likes of the Guardian Angel to boost it, so nope. And even with that, it was decidedly mediocre. Rebuke is bug right now and actually kills you. It doesn't kill you. It makes you take more damage, sure. It doesn't kill you. Never go past Dragon Aura. But Awe though. But Awe. Gun makes the most satisfying bird noise. That it does, Moveface. That it does. Even as this gun's the heck waiter. This one. You still need Rebuke to get that far down the tree? No, you don't. You can go Dragon Aura, you can go Oath of Fire, Oath of Thunder, Dragon Aura, and then, yeah, you can still get down without Rebuke. You're gonna have to spend 2 low value points somewhere, but they don't have to be in Rebuke. What do hotfixes drop? Same as every week. We can assume they'll be active around noon. In terms of notes, I don't know, anywhere from 10 to 11:30. Isn't worth the investment for me. Class mods roll with it, so I don't invest too. What if you want something else from a class mod, though? In terms of weapons to use while melee, live wires, and crossbolts, and COV pistols, that's probably fair to say, yeah. I think Rebuke is still bad if it wasn't bugged. I mean, it's not meaningful for doing damage. The damage reduction is nice, if it gets fixed. But, ultimately, you get enough damage reduction from just Storm Breath, which was also buffed. So I think Rebuke is still, like, very mediocre, even if fixed. It's also true to just choose to go without. Yeah, that's fair. Awe is definitely one of the better skills to go for on an armor, just like, I'm considering all possibilities, you know? Clawbringer having a really strong first 2 tiers does kind of justify just getting its later tree with armor instead of investment. So I don't think you're wrong there. COV crossbolts melee, farm for those like crazy. Yeah, you can get the 25% melee with melee crossbolts. You can't get the 40% with melee crossbolts, I don't think. Let's play the other build, actually. That's what we'll do. Gotta love how similar Claw and Amara both get nerfed and got things that made them take more damage. Name an impactful Amara nerf. Onyx. Name an impactful Amara nerf. Name one. One. Make it work. Mind Rune? So Mind Rune has the same issue as Nova Shields, where it just doesn't have the scaling. I hope that's something they address down the road. Morning, X-Men. How you doing? It was on Amara's the nerf that affected the recursion. It was a bug fix to an engine quirk causing bonus elements to create additional projectiles. This affected pretty much every gun in the game. Recursion was just one of many that was doing wonky shit because of it. Don't need to answer this, but there's a weapon parts stock, like, be able to save stuff, like how many parts a melee gun could have. Yes, it exists. And referring to the driver change, yeah, that absolutely needed to happen because people were one-ticking the new raid boss with the class mod you could get from a random fucking named enemy. They were just going, farming that, and running fast enough to one-tick the raid boss. That needed changing. But, name a direct Amara nerf. I'm still waiting for that one. Name something they nerfed in Amara's tree, not gear, in Amara's tree that impacted. Much like Claw is usually more interactions thing Amara could do, at least from the way I saw things. I'm still waiting for you to name one, Onyx. And the reason why I'm pushing this so hard is because the same thing happened with Amara, where a narrative created by people who did not actually quantify these things with data stuck. This thing with Amara nerfed constantly. Yeah, like what? It's the same thing happening now with Clawbringer needs buffs. Okay, like what? Specify. Otherwise, it's just words.
Choose, Fate Maker.
I like to pretend the Ties that Bind was intended. It was, considering they changed it like 7 different times, and none of those were meaningful nerfs. Or counting Ties transferring melee damage to the bug was removing that a nerf. You could consider removing that a nerf, but did it kind of change much? I don't think it did. I wouldn't call that meaningful, because guess what? Ties is still the play. Nova, those in Green Tree hits hard. Didn't he remove its short for using Skag then? Okay, that was a bug. If you're talking about Revelation infinitely looping with itself because of Ties that Bind, that was a bug. Clawbringer early tier skills need some work. Do they, though? Like, Oath of Fire, Oath of Thunder, Dragon Aura? Those are all pretty great. Now, Rebuke has been buffed already. It's currently bugged, but Rebuke has received some work. Dedication received a buff this past week. Radiance hasn't been touched. Radiance, I agree. Cleansing Flames needs more love? Sure. That's a specific Clawbringer change I could get behind. How's Rebuke supposed to work? It's supposed to give damage reduction. Currently, it gives negative damage reduction. So instead of you taking less damage per point, you take more damage per point. the non-oath skills. Dragonor has been buffed already. Rebuke's been buffed already. So, Dedication has been buffed already. Radiance hasn't been touched. I can get down with the Radiance buff.
Let's see how you handle it.
Where's the parts list sheet? I can't see it in resources. I've opted not to put it there. For a few reasons, Owl.
How's that for an active reload?
But it exists.
Unleash hell!
I don't think that's the interaction I'm talking about. Interaction Mox's build you. Which one? You said Nova in Green Tree. That is Revelation. And the interaction with Revelation was that it was bugged and infinitely looping with Ties That Bind. The way that worked is you needed 2 targets. You would grasp one with Ties That Bind, make sure it's in range of the other one, and then dealing damage to one would send that damage through with Ties That Bind. That damage would cause Revelation, which would go through Ties That Bind and cause Revelation, which would go through Ties That Bind and cause Revelation, which would go through Ties That Bind and cause Revelation, which would go through Ties That Bind and cause Revelation until both targets were dead from infinitely looping damage. You could do 1 point of damage and have 2 targets and kill anything because of a bug. Because each loop would increase the damage. So, that was a bug fix, not a nerf.
This will be over before you can regret it. You knew what this was.
Claw itself could use more synergy throughout. Blastman's favor needs to be pulled up. Wyvern needs to attack more often. The ward skill should also increase shield regeneration rate for fun. I like those ideas. Those are specific ideas I could get behind. Because capacity increases without increasing recharge rate functionally work out to nerfs for many kinds of setups. In particular, anything that wants to keep the ward full for a bonus, such as Amp or Promise Rings. Brimming parts, those sort of things. Yeah. And Wyvern attacking more often would be great. Wyvern already does the damage, it just doesn't attack often enough. Blasphemous Favor is also a tragedy of a skill, so I agree with those.
Hope one of these lands in an idiot.
So, tying these conversations together, Clawbringer has received a couple things you could consider nerfs. The game-wide restructuring of the allocation of gun damage versus bullet damage bonuses meant that Firebolts did lose some of its value. Now, they later buffed Firebolt. Firebolt, now, the one that gets me in for being 10% gun damage. Keep in mind, 10% gun damage for one skill point is the second most efficient source of gun damage in the entire game. It is only outmatched by spell shots, 1 slot, 1 kill. Because this skill down here, 4% gun damage per stack of spell weaving. Assuming you have the 2 out of 1 spell weaving, 2 out of 1 high thread count, so you have 11 spell weaving stacks, that's 44% gun damage. That's a lot. But the next biggest is Firebolt with 10%. So, it might not be as flashy, but it's still second best gun damage skill. It also gives the Wyvern a good attack. So, They reduced Firebolt and then increased Firebolt. Awe was changed from post-add crit chance to regular crit chance, which was a huge hit to its value. But then, they went and increased both the crit chance and the crit damage on it. The damage is already the most favorable crit boost in the entire game, because it goes in the Shrine crit category, rather than the Strength crit category. So you know how Sneak Attack is terrible because it goes with Strength? Well, Awe doesn't have that problem. It goes with Shrine. So, like, they already addressed that too. Clawbringer has had its nerfs, because only those two things effectively canceled out already, and had more things buffed. Meanwhile, Amara has a laundry list of bug fixes and game-wide changes that are not changes to her, that people, because of imprecise messaging, construed as nerfs. They are not comparable as classes. At all. Action skill start, gun do more damage, and on spellcast do more damage work together? Yes, Chimpy. I would not put all your eggs in one basket like that, because gun damage is not a difficult stat to get for most multi-classes. So, remember, diversifying your damage buffs is always going to be better. 1 times 1 times 1 times 8 is 8, whereas 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 is 16. Basically saying Awe is worth speccing into. Awe is one of the best skills in the game. Cantrama discussed it a little bit earlier. They personally do not go down Clawbringer tree to get Awe, but they pick up Awe from armor. Because even if you're not going down the tree, if you are a Clawbringer, Awe is that good. Awe is one of the better skills in the entire game. No, it's out yet? Not to my knowledge, Stuff Beaver. Be crazy if Cleansing Flame sent the Wyvern into a temporary rage, use all his attacks like Orbital Strike. That'd be cool. Your pet's 961 scaling. Stop it. Currently have no shield regen skills in any tree unless I'm missing something. Yeah, there's no skills that boost shield regen rate in tree. You are correct. And I think that's something that should change. Because Spellshot's Mage Armor does not have the problem that Clawbringer's Radiance has. Radiance increases your capacity. It does not give you anything to restore that capacity. Increasing capacity without increasing rate nerfs amp shields. In fact, taking Radiance directly nerfs Dedication. Dedication is Clawbringer's action skill cooldown based on percentage of current ward. And Radiance increases that maximum ward. Now, it's harder to maintain 100% of 10 than it is to maintain, or excuse me, it's harder to maintain 100% of 15 than it is to maintain 100% of 10. Assuming you have the same recharge rate. If you have a recharge rate of 5 and a capacity of 10, it takes 2 seconds. If you have a capacity of 15, it takes 3 seconds. Goalposts have also moved now. The original request was name a meaningful nerf, not name bug fixes that affected Amara. Yeah. No one named a meaningful nerf, because guess what? There wasn't one. I can name several changes that happened that didn't do anything of value, but this whole idea that, man, Amara was so strong and she got nerfed constantly. Yeah, no. She has literally always been the weakest of Vault Hunters outside of the 1 week of pre-change driver. Which was pretty comparable to current Livewire in terms of, like, hey, this should not exist. But nerf hysteria is a common thing in the Borderlands fanbase. People do it with this game, despite the fact that buffs nerfs in this game, we're pretty comfortably at like a 70-30 ratio of buffs to nerfs. What's a good secondary class for gun-focused Graveborn? I like Berserker for that, Cassie. I like that a lot. Berserker has a really good damage formula and complements Gradeborn survivability stuff very well. I'll repost this because it's been long enough. BL2 multi-classing mod progress update. Got Gunzerker done. Not class mods yet. It's actually fun since combined with all the other classes. That sounds cool, Asa. That sounds cool. Mara was nerfed on launch because none of her augments did anything useful. Yes, Amara's augments have always been trash. Not really a nerf, though. Wyvern's a class feature, the DPS is meh. The DPS being meh is the key thing, Kentrama, because the damage is good. It's just, as you said, it doesn't happen often enough, so the DPS falls off. In a vacuum, like, if you get a Wyvern to do its attack, it's a huge spike for 1 second. And then you're, like, waiting again. So, yeah, I think you're right that frequency of the attacks would do a lot for it. Using bugs to create builds is the fastest way to expect disappointment. Yup. Heard somewhere the melee crit damage on melee weapons doesn't work well from the shadows. It can, but it doesn't automatically. So you need to still roll into a natural crit in from the shadows for the melee crit damage on your card to apply. So for example, Salt and Battery has 200%. Yeah, you still need to naturally crit to get that. From the shadows will not get that.
Unstoppable! Get stuck! I would run if I were you.
How do you feel about Storm Smite? Seems like a lot of action skills could be fun with that Barrage having 3 charges though, man. Storm Smite, I feel like it could use a damage increase, in all honesty. They have buffed it in several ways already, but I think it could use more. Because currently, it's at a point where it's not overly wasteful to get it, because it's only 2 more points after having Awe and Indomitable. It's 1 more to open up the capstone, and then 1 to invest. So 2 points after filling out Tier 5. And Clawbringer Tier 5 is very good. But in terms of comparing it to other capstones, it's low value. Zeus. What are you expecting from Hotfix today? They mentioned SMGs last week, Kindbud, so I think most people are expecting that. Storm Smite as a burst damage skill isn't worth it. If it was constant storm, it'd be amazing. I don't think I want that level of visual pollution, if I'm being honest. Now Chaos 25, congrats, Steve Zombie. Like, 1 Storm Smite is already like, okay, I didn't need my eyes anyway. I don't know if I want that constant. Terrified of any Fragment Rain buffs. You imagine, dude. Don't the puddles hurt you? By a negligible amount, but yes, it is enough to be annoying. Yeah. I'd like to see more viable SMG, definitely not much depth in that category. There is depth, it's just, comparing it to other weapon classes, it's heavily populated with some obvious, like, mediocre ones. So, for example, Wizard's Pipe, like, what is that for? What is it for? Volley's just kind of, like, mid. Blazing Volley. And then Throwable Hole recently got enchanted. I haven't reassessed it post it being enchantable, so I don't know the current state of the Throwable Hole. Shadowfire is just kind of meh. Now, if you hit a crit with a Shadowfire Chuck, it actually is already pretty good damage. I was testing that out yesterday. Borea's Breath is actually, like, pretty good. Livewire is great, of course, even for shooting. White Rider's fantastic. Fragment Rain's great. Heck Waiter is great. It's just, people hyperfixate on the Shadowfire, Throwable Hole, Volley, Wizard's Pipe. And, in fairness, that's 4 items in a category. That's enough to justify looking at the category. Like, there are only, like, 5 unique launchers, period, so... Fragment Rain feels weak until you realize all the other enemies in Chamber die and wonder what the fuck happened. Yeah, exactly that. Oil and Spice, maybe? Yeah, I haven't used Oil and Spice enough. I haven't gotten a good enough one for me to really want to use it. What does Oil and Spice do? It makes a puddle, an oil puddle that you can detonate. I chucked myself.
Now that's the good stuff.
Random question. How many of your Primordials save editor are loaded from other people's saves? Almost none. Almost none. There's a couple that I have for testing purposes. I try not to use those. But almost none. I'm a big believer in honesty in that department. No sigils with this build, but seeing you chuck yourself is fun. I think you explained that one well. Hope this hotfix fixes the cat hood. Oh, I'm sorry, Emily. I'm sorry. I hope so too, but I don't think that's priority. Got a Primordial Ruby Spike with Barrage Enchant yesterday. Any build suggestions for Mist Dancer? Honestly, for Mist Dancer, I prefer using From the Shadows to Barrage. Like, Barrage is a bit of a mess, currently. Let's talk about that, actually. That's a good conversation topic. So Barrage is super badass. Like, it's fucking metal. It's the first action skill we have that scales with gun damage as well. So, very cool. I love Barrage as a concept. But in terms of usage, its damage sucks, its cooldown sucks. For you to get good uptime of it to get around the cooldown thing, like the reload enchant, 1, you have to actually roll this thing, which is super uncommon. 2, this is not a damage increasing enchant, and Spore Warden is a class that is already on the lower end of damage formula. In fact, Spore Warden is down at the bottom in damage formula with Stabomancer. Stabomancer climbs through interactions, and Spore Warden climbs through enchantments. This is not a damage enchant. This enchant is a damage enchant, and this is one of the stronger ones in the game. So this gives Barrage some value. It'll be exclamation point damage, Kitten's Bomb. But, like, Barrage itself doesn't do much. And if you are this multi-class combo, you have no real better options unless you want to do Ambi-Hex. So that's why I'm, like, going Spore Fuse here. But if you're a Mist Dancer, you have From the Shadows. It's, like, right there. You could just use that, and it's better. So I do think some sort of tuning for Barrage would be nice, whether that's a damage overhaul or a cooldown reduction, probably both. Because 30-second cooldown, 396 damage per arrow, 7 arrows. That sounds a lot better than it is, considering they're non-elemental. They do not get area damage. Yeah. Barrage taking your gun's element would be sick. That would be sick. Enchantment and debuff? Yeah, that's what Barrage is for. It applies Wrath of Nature, and it triggers enchantments. Never hit one enemy with all 7 unless you're right in their face. And yeah, that enemy, unless they're a basic enemy that dies from anything else, they're not dying. I think Barrage is in a better spot than Blizzard. That's true. A Barrage is absolutely more useful than Blizzard. But the fact that Spore Warden has 2 of the weakest action skills in the game right now, I feel like that's something that bears addressing. An awkward truth that people won't really talk about is that Spore Warden is more underpowered than Clawbringer. Like, Blizzard does bad damage, has bad uptime, has bad enchants. Storm Smite on use produces a storm you naturally see. Affected enemies can have tiny clouds around them when shot, do additional fire and lightning damage, treated as marshmallows in this case. Just imagining. That sounds complex. It'd be fun and interactive. Probably very visually polluting, though. I think Barrage needs a heavy cooldown reduction because it's really only viable with a shield enchant. Right. So it wasn't just me. It felt like Barrage was kind of blamed it on me not building it properly. Yeah, it's just not very good, also. Like, you'd think it having ability and gun in the formula put it in a really good place, but it doesn't. Because with max class power, with a good spread of gun damage and ability damage, which Spore Warden is all capable of fairly easily, even it getting Headhunter, which it does, which is conditional damage. So that's already a stacked damage formula. Nope. Wrath of Nature as well, all of that, and it still doesn't kill things as well as Storm Dragon's Judgment with no investment.
Idiot!
Now, what Spore Warden does have, Headhunter is amazing, Wrath of Nature is great, and Play the Angles is amazing. And also Spore Warden is the only one with ammo regen or mag size and tree. But outside of those 4 things, this character's kinda weak. Which Storm Dragon's Judgment had a better enchant for it. The thing with it, Fusion, is it functionally turns on every enchantment. Mushroom reviving? Yeah, that mushroom is dumber than a flak pet Irish. It's great to have, but it is not reliable. Storm Dragon's Judgment can be the fastest ASS and ASE looping in the game, because with no investment, an instant hammer recall is 5 seconds. 5-second cooldown. No investment at all. You can also leave it out for action skill active. So you just have complete control over any kind of enchantment you want to use with that action skill. And it also does good damage, has a good formula, and has range. Like, Storm Dragon's Judgment is up there with From the Shadows. Ooh, Primordial Boniface's Soul. Nice. As, like, just one of the best action skills. Sneezes. Apologies. Character needs a facelift, but it's Catgirl Shrek. Should've loved Counterfeit? Yeah. Make it work, Boniface's Soul? Deathless builds. Boniface's Soul effect is that it restores wards with its chuck. So, like, any sort of ward tanking setup, Boniface Soul. Just throw it. Restores your wards when it hits. It's really good. It's funny because my Sporcer is my strongest, fastest character for clearing chambers. Yeah, I'm playing a Sporcer right now. Like, literally right now. You still benefit from interactions, and enchantments are a huge part of it. And this build is not spell shot carried because I have a variant of this save that is a Frostwilder instead of a Sorcerer, but that doesn't change the reality of the class. Make it work, con. Anything you'd use on a great bow, you can use on that, and it'll just be worse. Viable, but worse.
Now the fun begins.
Shield tank would be better if Radiance didn't suck. Shield tanking's weird. Like, it's actually pretty good in this game, but we don't know how long that'll hold up because enemy damage goes up with chaos levels. So, the enemy damage difference from C20 to C35 is already noticeable. And that's made life harder for ward tanking setups. Because we didn't get substantially bigger wards. Like, sure, you can go Primordial over Volatile now. So, 2 more character levels. Enemies got more damage than that. Ward capacity roll on armor if you happen to have that, and health capacity roll on armor if you happen to have that. Those both got bigger, so that helps. But, like, enemy damage went up more than your ability to tank their damage did.
Interesting.
What you're saying is use Great Bow instead? Yes. Regarding that other conversation happening in chat, I do think Dreadwind could use a little bit of love now. Dreadwind already kind of feels like ass in leveling, and now that it doesn't blast chill anymore, I think some power should be moved directly into the action skill. Like, there's precisely 0 situations I would currently pick Dreadwind over Feral Surge. I'd have to make a devil's advocate case for Dreadwind, and that would be like running the move speed enchant, the Dreadwind move speed enchant, with like a Red Hellion or Amnesia setup. That's the only case I can make for it over Feral Surge right now. Spoken about Shell Casing Ring. So Shell Casing Ring is currently a copy of the Fingertip Pulse Oximeter. The low HP ring. It is checking HP instead of ammo. That is the bug with Shell Casing. Storm Dragon Judgment, what if it also had Singularity? But why though? Like, it doesn't need anything. It's already one of the best action skills. Why did... Hang on. That's pretty good. Like, what if I equip that right now? 3 magic bullets, yeah. 3 magic bullets with area damage. Area damage is the big thing there. I'm using an Amalgam right now. Has 3 Prestidigitation for some nice reload speed. It's got primary spell shot, so I get more spell damage. It's got high threat count, which is cool. And just a spread of pretty good stats. But, like, more magic bullets. Do we try it out? Confirm using shell casing with Deathless is exploiting a bug. I mean... I guess. What gun is this? This is a Fear Not. This is a Fear Not with a Chain Lightning module.
Thanks for that.
Can't tell if this is more damage or not. I lost some spell weaving stacks. But magic bullets.
Let's make this interactive.
My barrage will definitely be weaker. My spell will be weaker. But magic bullets.
Trouble, you found
I'm reloading slower. I can just peg like for reload speed and speed. Notes out. Link. Linkity link link link. Using all damage, you get more gun damage in area. Magic bullets goes 90% of spell at level 6. Yeah. So to have good bad egg uptime, I should replace Vampire with Warrior or Rampage with Caustic Twin Soul. Okay, cool. Here we go. I forgot I have my own command Viper. Shut up. I keep forgetting it's the same link at all times. It's best melee class? No best. Wrathful Gnat. That's not how these games work. Each one has a case. And I'd say all of the classes except for Spore Warden have a claim to best melee class depending on what you're using. So, let's see. We got Armor Up in-game event is still live. Featured run's been updated. It's a cursed run. Okay. We got Parasite and Mike. Parasite, cool. Cool. Gear adjustments. Ooh, regarding the Livewire, we're looking to change the way this weapon deals damage when doing melee attacks. For context, Livewire takes the damage of your outgoing melee hit and scales it by your remaining max ammo. It is a bit arcane, and more importantly, difficult to balance. We want the weapon to be strong, but it should be doing a balanced amount of damage based on its item level, rather than using the melee hit itself. The intention would be that faster melee weapons are also a desirable choice, not just the hardest hitting ones. Unfortunately, we cannot hotfix this issue, and it'll have to be addressed in a future update. Thank you for the, there's so much info here. They told us exactly what they want the Livewire to do, it told us exactly what it is doing, and they told us what they plan on doing about it and when. So, yeah. That's awesome. That's great. Good to know. Increase Blazing Volley's damage scaling by 15.4%. Ooh, Blazing Volley can now roll with barrel mod parts. This will not affect current versions of the weapon. Okay, so reform Blazing Volleys, that's fine. Your existing ones will get stronger, but accessories, barrel accessories are probably like 10% damage, 10% fire rate, things like that. So, increase Wizard's Pipe damage scaling by 57. Wow. Okay. Okay. Increase Shadowfire damage scaling from 1.2 to 1.5. Increase Shadowfire's status effect chance by 200%. That could be really big, because Shadowfire chucks already hit reasonably hard. If you crit. So that could be good. The ice balls that spawn when throwing Boreas Breath should now have a much easier time finding enemies. Okay. I never noticed them doing anything, so maybe that was why. Fragment Rain's base damage is now treated as if it were an SMG instead of a shotgun. This results in a 30... This is a rough number as base damage different from damage scaling. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Your best gun in the game? Maybe. We're gonna have to test that one out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My fellow Heckwaiter enjoyers, our time is now. It didn't need it, but like, okay. What is the Heckwaiter? The SMG, the fire SMG I've been running and shredding the game with? Okay, wait, hang on, what the fuck? Throwable hole damage scale by 40%. Now, if that doesn't sound big, them using the term damage scale is like, huh? That's a different thing. That's like, and then area damage scale by 91.6%. Now, if this works out the way I think it might in my head, they sword explosioned the throwable hole. If this works out the way I think it does in my head, we're on the same page here, right, CZ? Like, that's, like, it's already very usable. We are? Yeah, okay. Link, exclamation point hotfix, Emily. Gun hoarding's paying off. Remember, they only nerf things, chat. Nerf lands. Heckwaiter secondary fire mode now properly respects damage scaling was not properly scaling before. Okay, that's cool. Bug fixes are nice. I don't care. I just use full auto, but like cool. Except throwable hole I think was viable, and then they sword explosioned it. Yeah, T-Honey. That's a good way of putting it. So I wonder... Oh, and then here's the other thing. I did gloss over this. We found the adjustments to frost damage were not included properly last week. They'll be corrected with the release of this hotfix. So that's like, what? Like 8% frost gun nerf, 8%, something like that. I'm sure people will complain about that, but doesn't matter. It's not going to impact anything meaningfully anyway. So, like... Good hotfix. And we got a Parasite feature to run. Parasite drops Wizard's Pipe. Wizard's Pipe got a massive buff. Parasite drops that. Also, if you do dot builds, Parasite drops Pandemicium. Parasite drops Pandemicium. So, Pandemicium and Wizard's Pipe. Great week to farm those. What does Mike drop? It's got to be an SMG of some kind, right? 5.88% nerf to frost? Yeah, that's fucking nothing. It's a neat gun, just felt lackluster. Yeah, the thing with the Wizard's Pipe was it was never directly, like, bad or anything, and the gimmick is cool. It was just in that sphere of you have no reason to ever use this gun over anything else in its category. Like, it was out-damaged by everything else in the category. You could get appropriate elements on other things, like, there was never a reason for it. But now, it might be a good damage option. Mike drops Shadowfire. Cool. Cool. Recommending or mentioning Pandemicium now, what happened in the last 5 weeks? Pandemicium is the best consistency tool for contagion builds. Update live? You can expect it in about an hour. Feels though Heckwaiter's like Flipper in a way? What do you mean? So glad I saved one Wizard's Pipe of each element just in case. Yeah, Gator Paul. Good choice. Good choice. I only saved the one. I have a shock one. Multi-pellet, very good. That applies to a lot of weapons, but yeah. Flipper has that ramp-up time. Heckwaiter doesn't. So that's cool. Mic drop. Nice plug. Hey, Alec. Thank you so much for the 5 months. I appreciate it. Text-to-speech will take forever to get around to that. Were you fighting with Kevin again? You have a spot on your ear. Hope you're having a great stream. Just wanted to drop a lyric and remind you you're doing a great job. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. And, those of you who aren't already following Alec, change that. Great guy. Very talented.
Hey, hope you are having a great stream. Just wanted to drop a lurk and reminder that you are doing a great job.
Yeah, my cats were fighting. He's got a cut on his ear. But yeah, thank you for the kind words, as always, Alec. If you guys don't know Alec, he also makes lands content. And he's a really good editor. If you've ever watched K6's like playthrough stuff, Alec probably edited it. So, go check him out, please. Thank you. I have to go through vending machines for a new Heckwaiter. Vendored one a week before they added a chance for it. Oh, I've been using the Heckwaiter for like 2 or 3 weeks now, and it makes me happy. Such a satisfying gun. I feel like Wizard's Pipe gonna still be overshadowed by Throwable and Fragment Rain. I feel like that's okay because of the nature of the Wizard's Pipe. It's just like, it doesn't do much, it's just dependable. Like, that's its whole thing. The Wizard's Pipe gimmick, if you don't know, anyone in chat, it makes orbs that match the elemental weaknesses of what you're fighting. So it's just, its whole thing is that it's adaptable. It just kind of works. So I don't think it needs to be a damage leader or anything. I think buffing it into a state where it doesn't feel disadvantageous to use, I think that's enough.
Simple geometry. This will end you.
What are top SMGs? No, not the perps. We won't know until we get to actually test Tom Nasty, but pre-change, I would say, in terms of unique SMGs, Heck Waiter, followed by Fragment Rain, followed by Borea's Breath. I'd say that'd be a fair top 3. Would you guys agree with that? For unique SMGs, pre-Hotfix? I think post-Hotfix, that might get shaken up a bit. White Rider. How did I forget the White Rider? Yeah, White Rider definitely would go up there as number 1. Yeah, ignore me. How did I forget the existence of the White Rider? Good call. I don't include Livewire because, in my mind, the Livewire is a melee weapon. I refuse to acknowledge it.
Are you gonna try with these changes first?
Hey, thanks for the 2 months, Irish. Build, you gonna try? I'll go back over to the missed answer. Yeah, White Rider didn't get touched. Can't get a White Rider drops at the Zon boss. Son of a Witch. Son of a Witch. Primordial Calamity. If the Calamity's effect went up with Chaos Tier, it'd actually be pretty value. But it doesn't. And these are bad passives. But look at that. 33.3 move speed, 50% HP, 50% melee crit chance. It's just that's visually satisfying, but not useful. Max HP roll would be good if I was doing Dire Sacrifice or Deathless. Melee crit chance is nice on my Clawstalker build, but it's neither one of those classes. Move speed's always great, but... About to smoke this featured. Future build, it's too confused identity-wise. I don't have the space to really pick that up anyway. Keep up the good work. I appreciate that, Kentrama. Thank you. Poison Wizard's Pipe going on my Contagion build for experimentation immediately. Ooh, yeah. Good shout. %50% crit chance is like 20% higher than Sabo class skill. Yeah, Sabo class feat gets class power, so you can get up to 85% class power if you were to get it as primary on armor and get it as your amulet class power, and you had both at primordial. So, no, 30 times 1.85. What does that work out to? $55.5. So, Sabo class feat at absolute peak right now barely beats out one armor passive. Sabomancer very comfortably has the weakest of the class feats. Firesight reminds me of Chums and LeChance. Yeah, that's fair. But sometimes you do just want a chill boss, you know? Dark Magic Wizard's Pipe? That sounds good, because you get the healing, the consistent healing of just having a Dark Magic weapon, but it will also match with the orbs, whatever you're fighting. That's a good shout. And then the poison one, as Stone Swan mentioned, you could use it to have high Pandemasium consistency in your build and still be doing additional elements with the orbs. That does sound solid. Oh, we also gotta do Form 2 of Imelda, right? We got that once it goes live. What does Mike drop? Shadowfire. Should the fee be changed to like 2 to 3% pre-ad crit chance or slightly higher number of post-ad? I'd say have it and make it post-ad. Because that would mean with max class power investment, you're able to get like low 20s post-ad crit chance, which is not enough to break anything. It's enough to ensure auto crit spells if you are appropriately invested. It's enough to ensure auto crit melee if you're appropriately invested, which lowers the need from the shadows and allows the class to branch out more. Bonyface as well? Sick. Oh, this Magic Bullets one is so much higher. The damage increase from getting 6 out of 3 Magic Bullets, I know I shouldn't act surprised, but like, holy... That's kinda crazy. Be Mega War, but better than, honestly, compared to other class feet that wouldn't be broken. Yeah. And it would fit with the theme of From the Shadows being Fade Away, but better. %20 base now? 30% base right now, also. And if you're worried about Stabomancer having essentially auto-crits outside of From the Shadows, remember that Shadow Step already allows that for 1 melee hit at a time. And that we saw what Clawbringer, a class with a better damage formula, was like with effectively auto-crits all the time, and it still wasn't as unbalanced as Spell Shot. Stabomancer, even having auto-crits outside of From the Shadows, guess what? It's got the weakest damage formula of all the classes. So, balanced. And you wouldn't really need to rely on FTS. Right, it would work as an indirect buff to a lot of other things. You could use Stabo's crit chance to get more consistency out of Barrage, out of Ghostblade, out of Cleansing Flames. You know, things that could use some love. FTS and melee isn't consistent formula-wise because FTS crits don't get melee card crit. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. Yeah. Which makes Salt and Battery pretty shit for FTS. The effect still triggers, Dank. It's just you don't get the crit mult. So there's still more reason to just stack melee crit chance and not use From the Shadows. for a damage peak. But it does have base 0, which means you go off the character base of 5. So it's going to require a lot of gear to get any sort of consistency. But I honestly kind of like that. Yeah, this is substantially more damage. And chance once 7 classes out and game balance goes down to your stream video breaking down damage formulas. I mean, I can do some talky through it at any time. We have formulas for most things quantified. That document has all the current information. Some stuff is still being tested. Things like Furior formulas. Some of them still need to be broken down. But yeah, a lot of the work's been done already, and I wouldn't mind doing a talky stream for some of it. How's the bolt hitting so hard? Never noticed it that much DPS. Damage formula. We are playing a Sorcerer, and because of my new armor we just got, I have 6 out of 3 magic bullets, which is taking 90% of my spell damage and converting it to a multiplier for, not converting it, applying it as a multiplier to my guns. On top of that, I have the gun damage from being a Spore Warden. I have 3 out of 1 Headhunter, thanks Butt Stallion, which is conditional damage when I hit a crit spot. I have the debuff from Wrath of Nature, and I have area damage on my armor. It gets that too. Plus elemental boosts, such as from over here for my Spore Fuse. I should use a Fire Amulet. That's what we'll roll. We'll roll that. Because I want a, do I want a Skeep? I don't know what kind of amulet I want, but I want Fire Spell Shot. What are the vending machine dedicated items now? They will not have rotated yet. I imagine they'll rotate when the hotfix is out. Shay. It's a new featured boss. Parasite. It's not out yet, though. Seppi. Wait about 40 minutes. I think they removed Spore Fuse and added to Barrage by default, buffed a bit. Would that help Spore Warden's damage overall? Yeah, I think it would. I don't think they'll do that, but I think it would. If I thought I was live? No, you're all good. You're all good. They give us the notes like 1 to 2 hours before the update. They usually go live around 12 Eastern, which is in 41 minutes.
Nerf box, what up?
Nerf box, what up? Thanks for the 500 bits, Tom. I got back. I appreciate it. Volatile slip and stun, but bad passives. I mean, I should grab that because loot luck, but I don't really want to use an inventory slot on that. I suppose I should look at purples too, because I don't much care for whatever legendary effect I'd get here. Sure, Skeep is nice, but like, I want Fire and Spell Shot more than I want that. It's Lightning Spell Shot. Slip and stun useful? Yeah, the movement speed is really, really good quality of life. The screen shake is a bit annoying, but the movement speed is great.
NERFVOX with up.
I love having the 2 deliveries text-to-speech. That's my favorite, like, streaming software bug that I've decided not to fix because it's funny. I just like hearing things twice. Okay, we didn't luck out there. That's fine. Hotfix has potential to be the overbuff week. I'm terrified of Throwable Hole and Fragment Rain. Like, those are getting big buffs. Weird find hotfix notes. Exclamation point hotfix. Yeah, right there. at work shouldn't really be watching. Don't let me get you in trouble. But I do appreciate you hanging out.
It's big shit. You won't be needing that.
I'm glad we did some last-minute amalgam farming, because that's like a... your favorite this. That's really good for this. The ability crit chance doesn't do much unless we use our backup guns, and then it works on play the angles. I guess it works on barrage, can't complain too much. Spell crit chance, nice for that. The ward capacity isn't huge, but it's something. And then gun damage, area damage. Like, this is pretty good. This could have gone a lot worse. I kind of want all damage on an amulet now that I don't have all damage on an armor. So I guess we're looking for an amulet. Fire damage, spell shot power, all damage is the preference. Oh, it's alright. Yeah, we went through. Why can't they leave this fucking game alone for 1 month? 1 month. Are you upset that they're supporting the game? Because there's a lot of people upset for them not doing enough for the game, and then there's people complaining that they're supporting it too much. I don't understand. Would you rather weapons that weren't desirable remain bad? Or is this a shitpost? I'm just confused. You know if Fragment Raid is supposed to have been treated as a shotgun before this? I don't know. I'd never looked into it. Because the gun was just kind of good, so...
That's the way it's gonna be, eh? At least you're some use.
Not a single nerf, still people complain. No, there's the Frost nerf, you know? I don't know, man. Shadowfire buff? Yeah. What was Fragment Rain good with? Didn't have much success on my Clawbringer. Fragment Rain's whole thing is that it does more damage to the secondary targets than the original. So Fragment Rain would ricochet off of the enemy you hit and go after every other enemy. And those ricochets did more damage than the original, and they also hit through walls. So Fragment Rain is just an insanely good mobbing weapon. And it's now getting about a 30% buff. It's kind of crazy. Well, this game, not complaining. Why do I have to touch the game every week? You're not answering the question, though. And you are complaining. Well, why shouldn't they touch it every week? People are going to 100% complain about the Frost thing. Yeah, and as Alice said, it didn't even go through last week. They still complain about it. Think they're dropping these buffs and these weapons and items to prepare anuses for C40? No, I think they're just, you know, looking after the game, the health of the game. A lot of people have asked specifically for SMG tuning, so they're giving us SMG tuning. Lightning Bolt ricochets also. If you get a Chain Lightning module, so if you look at the one on the right here, this just says Massive Lightning Bolt. The one on the left, the Lightning Bolt that chains to nearby enemies. There's also a Hydra Lightning Bolt. Now the Hydra Lightning Bolt does the least damage, but it leaves a Hydra behind. The regular Lightning Bolt is just that, it's a Lightning Bolt. The Chain Lightning Bolt is the same damage as the regular one, but it also ricochets up to twice for 50% of the original hit. Might be up to 3 times, actually. I don't remember. So finding all the D20s actually increase your chance to find a legendaries? Yes, it does. By a pretty significant margin. It's definitely worth your time, and it's account-wide. When the game came out, this was not account-wide, but now it is. So, Something you only gotta do once. Never actually fired the throwable hole. So the throwable hole actually does, like, good damage. We'll use it next run. We'll use it next run. I want to get one run in before it gets buffed. Because I haven't used it post-enchantment. And it's good in mobbing already. This can cover the notes. What are your quick opinions? The throwable hole and fragment rain buffs are going to be scary. Heckwaiter did not need a buff, but, like, sure, why not? Shadowfire buff looks good, well targeted. Boreas buff got a quality of life sort of buff. Boreas breath, excuse me. So that's cool. Wizard's Pipe getting a big buff is also cool. Blazing Volley got a sizable one. I think overall, good stuff. The featured run is also a nice chill way of farming some of the newly buffed items. And they gave us a pretty thorough explanation of the state of the live wire and that they're keeping an eye on it. And that they can't do anything about it right now. So we'll have to endure a couple weeks of live wire the way it is. But they do plan on addressing that. So overall, good hotfix. In terms of what you're going to see people complain about, they'll probably bitch and moan about the Frost nerf being applied this week. The one that was referenced last week didn't actually go through, and it's being put in this week. So you'll probably see people bitch and moan about that. But ultimately, it's less than 6%. So, whatever. Now I'm confused. What about Tom Nasty? These pulls hit so hard. Tell me exactly what's wrong with Livewires. I have no clue, just insane damage. So the Livewire has a gimmick where every other melee attack, it creates an arc of lightning between you and the enemy you hit and other nearby enemies. Now, before the most recent patch, this arc was gun damage, and it was already incredibly powerful. It also has a mechanic where it scales based on the number of bullets remaining in your mag, so if you shoot your mag down to 1, it's at max power. As of this last patch, that chain now does melee damage instead of gun damage. Meaning it double dips melee, it can trigger alchemical agents, it has all sorts of cursed interactions. Basically, it allows you to one-punch every enemy in the game for hundreds of millions of damage now. And they explained what their vision for the item is, and that they can't do anything about it yet. So it's unfortunate, but you know, they're being very transparent with us, which is always appreciated. Vegans eat pudding, so I was told you can't have any pudding if you don't eat your meat. I guess if the pudding was produced from something that consented, vegans can eat it. I think that's the rules.
Who wants to make that mistake
Like, if the
again?
pudding is cruelty-free, it should be fine. They have, like, cruelty-free sheep farms. I know that's a thing. Where the products are considered vegan because the sheep are, like, living the high life. Gelatin's bones? Probably not. But what if the sheep is into it? Just accidentally picked up something. What's that? That was a joke? Ah, okay. Unpunished Pudding. That sounds like an Xbox Live generated name, Al. Unpunished Pudding. Solid throwable hole buff? Yeah, that's gonna be scary.
How's that for an active reload? See what happens?
What is my gun crit chance? I'm curious. 10%? How is it that high? Oh, they buffed that. That's how it's that high. Unpunished Pudding 69, the most Xbox generated name. Not gonna lie, I'm excited for the Blazing Volleys buff. Feel like that gun needed love. It was just kind of like good, not fantastic, not memorable. So I think buffing it is just good for the health of the game. Yeah. Congratulations, SMGs. Looking forward to trying some new options. Yeah, Paul. I think that's their intent with this. On the Hotfix tweet, replied saying, "Adore the communication live bar. Hope to see it more going forward." As the Gearbox account liked it, so hopefully get more of that communication going forward. Yeah, they're hugely committed to that kind of thing, and definitely, I'm glad people are going out there and telling them things they like rather than things they dislike. You know, we discuss a lot, as Lands fans, we discuss a lot of things we don't like, and I feel like we should also talk about things we like more. Community wanted SMG tuning, got SMG tuning. I think it's a good week.
Thanks for that. No one gets rid of me that easy.
Hey Warlock, how you doing? Welcome in. You judging Amalgam for me? Post a link? Yeah, sure. Right, do you think a new class at DLC 4 should have a 1-on-1 perk that adds extra projectile weapons, only one? I mean, I wouldn't be opposed. How's Frost Adjustment feel? It's not live yet, Denalia. We'll know in about half an hour.
Well, that's settled, isn't it?
Let's see. Ooh, 3 out of 3 Windrunner? That's really good. That's a lot of movement speed, it's a lot of fire rate. Primordial, nice. A lot of gun damage, a lot of ability damage, a lot of fire rate. Gun crit chance. I'd say that's really good. That's really good. If you're doing like a Mistance or gun build, the kind of thing that I do on my other save, I'd say that's really, really good. Because with that multi-class combo, the other skills you could get there are much less impactful than Windrunner. So you lucked out on the skill roll. That's pretty much best case. Primary Sabo Power is great at Primordial because that's a lot of class feat crit chance and a lot of from the Shadows duration. That's a really good armor. That's really good. Hey Don, how you doing? What exactly does the barrel mod in Blazing Volley do? Someone asked, you seem to have missed it. Blazing Volley has homing bullets. That's its thing. It's a homing bullets splash gun that shoots in bursts. My thanks, how are you? Doing great, Warlock, doing great. How good could the Shadowfire be? The changes seem good, like minor changes compared to other changes on that list. Shadowfire was what? They changed the scale from 1.2 to 1.4? That's pretty big. That's a pretty big change. I was testing the Shadowfire a little bit last night, and when you hit crits with the Chuck, it actually does good damage. So I think it'll go from, like, mediocre to decent. I don't think it'll become, like, Destroyer of Worlds or anything, but I think it'll definitely feel less a waste of time now. I don't anticipate the Shadowfire change will be as major as the Fragment Rain or the Throwable Hole, or the Wizard's Pipe or the Volley, but I think it'll be welcome. Also boosted status chance, yeah, that's nice and cozy. Shadowfire can roll in fire or dark magic, so that boosted status could play very nicely with some status meme builds. Throwable hole gonna be Swallower of Worlds? Yeah. After this run, we're doing a throwable hole run on my Mist Dancer. Which I've never tried to use the gun on that class, so like, we'll see what happens. Wonder how to use it, been running a Trap Scala and felt like trying out something different than Pixie through Respite. Yeah, try Mist Dancer just gun build. If you've ever wanted to do a Black Powder build from the Shadows, favorite Black Powder shotgun, you got Play the Angles Ricochet from Spore Warden in there too. It's a good time, I recommend. Way to boost splash damage outside area damage passives or Berserker's Ancient Fury. There are 2 gun enchants that can do it. Shay. One of them is 5 seconds action skill end. The other one is on gun kill for 5 seconds or 10 seconds. It's already out. Hotfixes don't go out until noon, Foster. Noon or later. Notes are out. Yeah, this feels pretty good. Link to the notes, same command and link as always, control. They just kind of update the same link, so I don't need to update the command anymore. Just exclamation point hotfix. Diamond Gauntlets is trying. Spell Shot Clawbringer, only 1 in awe though. Primordial Banshee with no hilts, pain. Sorry, Blueface. What's Throwable Hole's effect? When you throw it, it makes a big hole on the ground that does big AoE damage, and you can throw another one into that one to make it bigger. And do more damage. Health brimming. That's actually pretty good. You don't get to the DLC 2 boss today? I would assume we do. Why wouldn't we? Did they say we don't? Oh, if anyone's curious about this spec, I suppose I should explain it because we're about to get off of it. Throwing lightning bolts with 6 out of 3 magic bullets. Hidden crits with Headhunter, debuffing with Wrath of Nature, and running Spore Fuse enchant, and reason Chain Lightning Fear Knots. I wish this one had damage crossbolts instead of melee crossbolts, and also I'm pretty sure it's a low damage roll, because if you look at my volatile, they're very close. But yeah, it's pretty good. Characters think of your beauty. Thank you. More class buffs for classes that need it, possibly. Such as which class? So, we had a discussion earlier about specificity in requesting buffs. What do you think needs buffing? Specifically. Not just the class, but what about that class? They don't tend to bother putting the boss progression in the hotfix notes. Yeah, Cyclops in a bottle. I think it's just kind of something that they assume people will remember. Or maybe they didn't want to draw attention to the DLC, considering how many people will just shit on it, warranted or not. I don't know. Volatile Bradlock. I guess I'll take that for wheel spinning. Dumb question. Is there a way to tell if you've beaten the mirror without going into it? No, that's a good question. I don't know. Change it with Stab Answer formula so not every skill is in the same formula line. That's something that, from a theory crafting perspective, I would like, but I don't think it's going to be necessary until we get future, more difficult content, because Stab-Answer, despite being, like, comparatively weaker than other characters in several areas, is still more than strong enough, you know? So it's a matter of, yeah, sure, this could be better, but does it need to be right now? I don't think so. I think things that affect the entire game, like all characters, such as nailing weapon balancing, I think that should take priority. Okay, let's do some throwable hole. Where is it? What does this fucking thing even look like? I threw a bunch of SMGs in my bag. Okay, here we go. It's dark magic, so let's go dark magic. Do I run plate mail? Nah, it gets area damage. That nerfed me. I don't want to do that. I could go Cape of Tides and just not lose anything except body rune damage. Or I could just stick with this amalgam. I guess I'll stick with the amalgam. SMG reload speed. No. What rings do I run with this? I don't really have SMG specific rings, you know? Like, that one's ability damage. No thanks. I guess I'll just stick with this. Okay. Hey, heck waiter. What are you looking for? I'm just kind of playing right now, Rockstar. Rockstar? I get it, Rockstar. Honestly, hope they don't raise level cap. Me too, Sethy. Level cap would just hurt the game. It would serve no positive purpose. The buff to your SMGs? They did. It did. We went over the notes a little bit. Good changes. Those changes are not going to be live for about 15 minutes or so. So we're testing out some stuff before that. And you see this throwable hole is already killing? Like, this is just the hole's damage. That's a badass crab. I can just stand here and do this. Hole is huge? Yeah. It gets bigger when you throw one into it. I think that only stacks once, though. And remember, throwable hole is getting one of the biggest buffs in this update. Running spell radius? It's not a spell, it wouldn't matter. Also, no. So that's that gun. Hey Rabbit, how you feeling today? Can't wait to test? Me too. Devil's Advocate here, classes need tuning before weapons, you never know how the class interactions are affecting weapon selection. That's fair. I don't think there't necessarily a right or wrong answer there. That's a fair conclusion.
Let's see how you handle it.
Problem is, enemies tend to move, so the hole needs to be aimed very well. What if you could just move the hole? What if they added in the ability to do this? What if you could just move the hole? Is it volatile? Yes. How does it do shooting? Honestly, I've seen worse. Not fantastic, but I've seen worse. It's definitely more throwy than shooty gun. For now, at least. Throwable, not a shootable one. You know, that's fair. Aren't all Fury weapons more throwy aside from Fragment Rain? I'd argue that Borea's Breath is more a shooty one. But yeah, aside from those two, they're all a little more throwy than shooty. It's not bad. Time 16 Norvo Twister? Yes. It's an amalgam with +2 contagion. Stats are kind of mid though. This is without the buffs? Yes. Guess it's just biology. We're just excited about a whole. Livewire apocalypse is coming. You've all been warned. The end is nigh. Leg is numb all the way past my knee. Have you been getting up and stretching? Also drink water. So, like, see what I mean about this? This item is not fantastic, but it's definitely not, like, horrible. In need of a buff. I just, I worry that maybe they'll overdo it. It's definitely capable of killing. Hydrate. I ran out of coffee. I don't have any water. So I don't want to mess around with the hole on Grave. Rabbit dropped a volatile hole with Grave enchant. Let's go. It's probably a pretty good weapon for, like, you could just throw it down somewhere to help sustain Reaper of Bones. Or you could just throw it down and then Dire Sacrifice inside of it. That sounds cool, too. Surprised no Ruby Spite nerf. They were focusing on other things. Working class Rob. And I would personally object if Ruby Spite got hit before Pixies did. Considering it's the same gameplay loop, except Ruby Spite is harder. Not saying it's hard to use at all, it's just harder than Pixies. Huh. That didn't give me a death save. Why didn't that give me a death save? Throwable hole singularity spell. That could be a thing. That could be fun.
Bad luck or bad choices. Dead all the same. Was wondering when more you would turn up.
And put a Citadel on it? Yes. Done anything with Cleansing Flames? A bit. Not much. I think it still needs more love. but you can make it work well enough to mob anyway. I feel like they may have just wanted to do a buff hotfix considering all the hate they received for so many nerfs. Well, they told us last week, Fatal, that they were looking into SMGs. Like, they literally mentioned specifically the Fragment Rain, and yeah, I made it in this week. So I think they're just focusing on ticking the boxes of stuff they've already mentioned while they figure out other things. And hotfixes are... like, there's some things they can do with hotfixes and some things that require patches. I imagine with hotfixes, a lot of it is, like, what they've already resolved. Like, what they can do, they just do. And what they can't, they either push to later, or they tell us about it. So, like, this is the second time now they've told us about a thing that they can't hotfix, that they're saving for a patch. Last time it was the shell casing bug, this time it's the live wire.
Ready to cast. Shroom of doom.
Pretty good. I did not understand the whole livewire thing. I don't use it much, so I didn't quite follow. Basically, they made a change to the livewire to prevent it from triggering a certain interaction last week, and the byproduct of that change is that it now does a bunch of other things. Basically, the livewire is the hardest hitting thing in the entire game right now. To the point where you can go up and you can punch the Maker, and she gets one shot. And that's a little stronger than what they want it to do, and they talked about their vision for how that gun is used. They want it to be kind of a thing that you can use on fast-hitting melee setups, and they want it to scale with the gun and not with your melee weapon. But that their plans to do that aren't going to work with hotfixes, so they need to patch that. Hey Zytoplasma, welcome in.
Icy death. Energy sucked.
Livewire's melee stuff? Yep, that's the primary purpose. I don't anticipate this will do so well against Celissa, but I'm ready to be proven wrong. Primordial Bradlock, nice. G-Squad, we get it. You can stop showing us how big your hole is now. I can't, though. You guys need to experience me throwing my hole. This thing's probably pretty good for contagion stuff, huh? That's a lot of ticks.
For you, is it? Won't be enough.
Healing is kind of lackluster. That's all my whole jokes. Good for dot builds? Probably, yeah.
Thanks for the one-up.
And I can't stress enough, this is pre-buff throwable hole. Like, we're able to make this work. And it's getting a huge combination of buffs. Very excited. Also a little scared. I think I'll wait for From the Shadows so we can open with that. Fear boners under chat. Bonk. I mean, I was expecting less. I was expecting a lot less. Not a bossing gun by any stretch. But it's got heart. I wanna like it. This is probably why they are buffing it to the degree they are. It's not a bossing thing. Might still not be after the change, but hopefully it's not an overbuff. Might be bossing gun here soon, yeah, maybe. It's great for stuff like this. You got these enemies. Takes care of all of them real nice. Oh, that's rude. Pulling that on me. Hero truck at area scaling? The chain lightning one? Yes. Area damage, yes. Five, 55 times 5 or 73 times 4 primary, which would you prefer? I have not gotten a Primordial times 5. I have a Primordial times 4. I've not gotten the 5. So, I don't know how the 5 performs. Probably better. Oh. Fragment Rain buff equals barrel meta. I mean, already was, but yeah, more so. That was fun. So let's take less melee damage? No. She's shock resistant. That's a thing. Wonder how much the Frost Tuning will offset the buff. I imagine not by much. Frost Tuning should work out to a little under 6% damage loss, so... Seems like the Ice Spike is carrying. It's not though, considering how much of the time I can't do that. Can't Ice Spike now, but I can throw my hole now. And the hole is just always there. It's just pure sustain. Ice Spike is better right now, sure. But carrying? Nah. Okay, I'm running to the bathroom, and hopefully while I'm going, someone is like, hey, Hotfix is out. So I'll be right back, chat. Can't wait for this update. Oof. Okay, I'm back. New features up, so it's out? Cool. I'll restart game, and we do the thing. One new featured, they rotate featured run every single week, Portal Night. On Hotfix Day, with the Hotfix. Every time. Don't think Hotfix is live yet. If the featured is, then that's fine, we'll just play that. Spell radius affect how far these small meteors from Blazing Calamity travel, and if so, is that better or worse? It should just affect how wide they actually impact things, Stuff Paper. Shouldn't affect their travel at all. Just their hitboxes. Primordial Volley, nice. Oh, CZ, did you see the Skeet Prod shenanigans I was doing earlier? I might do more of that. Why do I always gotta optimize shaders? Cause I have a terrible PC. Like to see though? Okay, sure. So Skeet Prod, you can do the same thing you could do with like the Hellwalker and the Pea Shooter and weapons like that in BL3, where you just stack enough reload speed that it no longer has an animation. Yeah, Heckwaiter damage looking the same, so that hasn't changed yet. What did I run for this ring? That one, yeah. DX12 always does that. DX11 is not optimized, not sure which is better. My game's extremely unstable on DX11, so I run DX12. This is... Oh, I have hotfixes. Okay, this is just like week 1 featured room. This is the first featured run. Maybe I need to change them. But anyway, this is Skeet Prod with no reload animation. I'm reloading as I'm saying all of this stuff. It's just, doesn't have an animation. How much reload do you even have? I have 11.9 with the 33 for thumb cuffs, and I got this thing. So, like 80%, 90%, because I have none from skill tree. See, if you take this one off, switch to that, you can see it. Look, ready? You can see it. But it's funnier with this.
The cold of the grave.
I've actually had this ring for a bit. I was using it for other things. And it was on a mule.
It's your funeral.
Yo, Grumpy, thank you for the 13 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. How am I doing? I'm doing great. How are you? Yeah, this is just the launch featured run. Which some people reported getting, like, out of the blue. Let me save quit this. Hotfix is live now? Oh, perfect. Perfect timing. Just going to title should be enough for me, right?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Oh, back in Wonderlands, to be honest, love the game. Feels so good to play right now. Yeah, me too. Nice reload. How's Wonderlands feel today? Feels great, Reparation. We got a great hotfix today that hopefully we have now. Does this thing update? 103.0A, what is it supposed to be? 0.5A. See how it looks in game. I shouldn't have it, but I'm gonna look anyway. Ski Prod gives me big BL1 penetrator vibes. I think it's cool. I don't remember that gun. Oh, I have hotfixes. Yeah, this Heck Waiter's buffed. Yeah. Heck Waiter buff, Omega lol. These are some juicy looking values. Put on the Wizard's Pipe. Use that when you run out of skeep ammo.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Let me actually leave this zone and come back. My cryo, no! What did all fire even do? Just different fire mode. I think it's burst fire, J-Bridge. Rebuke wasn't touched? Yeah, it's because Rebuke wasn't mentioned in the notes, Irish. They didn't say they were going to touch Rebuke. And as I said earlier, it's low priority. Like, the difference between a functional Rebuke and a non-functional Rebuke is so minor that I don't mind that it's not done yet. Yeah, Last Right's lost 14 damage. Woo. It lost 14 card damage per pellet. Great Bow is now just equal to the other elements. Just Frost no longer has an inherent advantage. That's all it is. Okay, hopefully this works properly now. 574 on volley after buff. What mag size? Leg of the table. Okay, it's still this. Is this just what the run is? Prime 25 mag? Okay, 25 mag is the high roll on damage. So that's good. It's good.
Piercing cold. Poacher carrying coin.
Cube? Volatile cube with status chance and spell charge. Yes, please. And with the earlier damage number for our Primordial last, right? It's 236. Does it run when it breaks? Yeah, that's what I thought, Thermal. Let me relaunch the game again. For anyone who doesn't know what's happening, sometimes the game kind of forgets what the current feature is, and it defaults to that one. Unlisted buff and nerf, 34.8% nerf to liquid cooling, 4% buff to Queen's Cry. I was thinking the liquid cooling looked a little bit low there. So we'll have to see how liquid cooling feels. But, yeah. Started really using it. Remember last time, Pragmatic? Last time they nerfed the liquid cooling and everyone claimed the gun was dead. It wasn't. So, I wouldn't lose hope. 32.2? Cool. Liquid cooling at a roller coaster. It is a bit up and down. Yeah. Pretty much changing every week, honestly. Wizard's Pipe orbs count as area damage. Probably? Last rate still reads 236. It was 250 before the hotfix, bro. So, if it reads 236, you have the hotfixes. Yeah, volatile times 2, liquid cooling, 281. What was this before? It was something over 300. Yeah, that's fine. I've still wanted a Primordial, so I'll be able to just get that damage back. Hey, times 18 body rocker in the vendor. Okay, thank you. Do I have a Queen's Cry to look at? I don't think I have one on this save. Ah, here's one. Yeah, Queen's Cry, 169, nice, times 2. 244 on a volatile. Why does Queen's Cry keep getting buffed? That's so nuts. Yeah, 35 mag volatile volley is 483. So that implies a 25 mag can break 500 damage. That's pretty big. Cool. Still higher damage than the lowest liquid cooling's been. Yep. Okay, so like, why is there? I think they accidentally reinserted the old Nerf. It's still the same one. One, what was that damage spike? 2, why is it still this? Anyone else? Can you confirm what your first room in the featured is? Maybe check the Melda. Imelda usually comes out half an hour after Worlds, so I don't know if Imelda even is updated right now. This is also my first room. Same as this. Okay, maybe they're just using this. Or maybe the featured isn't available yet. I'll just go through this then. This should be Dragon Lord, which Ski Prod won't do wonderfully against, but oh well. My run also? Okay, thank you. I have a curse, so it might be right. This wasn't my first room and the boss was still Zon boss. I imagine you did not reload for hotfixes then, Tender. Because that was the last feature room.
Casting and blasting.
Primordial Blazing's 496. Can someone confirm the number? I don't have one on me. Remember, there's part variants. There's part variants on the Blazing Volley. You have barrel accessories, you have mag size, other bits. all SMGs get buffed? No, not all. Just several. For example, White Rider and Livewire were not touched. Nightshades and Spriggans were not touched. Oil and Spice was not touched. No, they just touched a few uniques. You didn't have 2 obelisk rooms nor 2 bosses. That was very weird. Yeah, last time they said that, Dex, was about a part on the Sword Explosion that it could roll, it just wasn't guaranteed. So I don't know if it's a similar situation here, but that's what it was last time.
That's for making me look at you.
Also updated Maurice. Won't spoil though. Cool. We'll check at the end of this run then. I like how we still call it Maurice vendor. It's just, it fits too well. Add Maurice's voice to the Chaos Chamber vendors. Don't do that. It's just pointless nostalgia, but I still think of it as Maurice. Have we 2 mirror? Cool. Thank you, Kurt.
Watch out!
In other news, Skeet Prod is sick. Pretty sure Oil and Spice, White Rider, Livewire all suffer from the same issue. They're all missing out on potential damage buffs and melee buffs. Yeah, they just are not getting the same things. Don't give them the Livewire. It's not behaving. Sing what the fuck? You're good, CZ. You're good. What matters is you tried. You get a star. You get your name up on the fridge. Now. His name on the fridge? Uh-huh. You don't, though.
As it was foretold! Fought like rubbish, died nicely.
That was unnecessary. Love you, buddy. SMGs get huge buff quag out here, like, look at my Skeet Prod. Oh yeah, I should probably, like, update that. Oh, Aaron. I gotta revisit that build. That was, like, some early shit. But, like, Skeet Prod, though, you know? Throwable hole with ×2 or not. The ×2 will affect the chuck damage negatively, so if you're focusing on the chucking, I'd go ×1.
the menu.
Awesome, so I figured just want to double check with quality source. Yeah. Also, they buffed Wotan. Wait. What'd they do to Wotan? What'd they do to Wotan? How much HP? Get fucked, Dragon Lord. Are you okay, bro? Ski prod bad, by the way. Wanted you guys to know. Wanted you to hear it from me.
Oh, look at your little trick. I'll give you a good
Got the weirdest looking crossbow generator. 4 times health, almost 10 bill, also 100% drop chance, 2 daddies per drop. Sick. Sounds great. What if we play Borderlands 3 this week? Like a little bit.
bad choices. Dead all the same. Come so far and lose anyway.
Oh. I need more ammo. I missed a lot of shots. Which, you know, you're here. You expect this. There we go. Been replaying BL3 a bit these past few weeks, and it's a fucking blast. BL3 has got that special place in my heart. I'll always love that game. Like, you know, BL3 can do no wrong. Except crash. It does a lot of that. But other than that... Does this work? I'll update the title, Kyler.
Well, hello there, little sprout.
Good try, though. Perceiver. Undead Pact. And Threads of Fate. Interesting. Okay. Perceiver's a good gun. Undead Pact... Threads of Fate's okay. But I'd say Perceiver is the star of the show this week. Ooh, the repeating cast Hydra spawn. This spell's cool. Look at this.
Breathe in pain.
Neat, huh?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
It's a bug-eat-bug world out there, princess. One of those circle of life kind of things. Now let me tell you how things are supposed to work. The sun grows the food. The ants pick the food. The grasshoppers eat the food. The birds eat the grasshoppers.
Who eats the ass? Thank you for the 23 months at tier 2, Jack. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. That's me? Ah, okay. That makes sense. Let's hit SMGs. No one eats ass. Ass eats you. Enter the chat. First thing I hear is who eats ass. I'm home. Right, Kevin? Kevin eats ass all the time. His own, but he does it. Yeah, Kevin. Isn't that quote from Bug's Life? Yeah, it's an ongoing channel meme that Jack wants me to stream the Bug's Life game adaptation. Throw a whole explosion of something? Yeah, we'll have to do that on the next run. I haven't shit posted about it in so long, viewers don't know about it. Yeah, we got a lot of growth from Wonderlands, Jack, so a lot of people don't know. 55 mag, that damage is terrible. Primordial Volley, there you go, over 500 damage. That's with the 45 mag. What could I drop? I guess we're doing a volley run first. You know, I just picked up this cube, but solid chance I drop it. No, we'll drop the Empowering Sigil. That's fine, that works out. What do you want, Kevin? I agree, you are a cat, but what's your point? Backpack always being full gives me such anxiety. It gives me anxiety too. Keep an eye on the final shot to see if Ruby Spy drop more often. Sure. I can do that. The streamer look is real right now. So if this is not correct again, then we'll just do a normal run, I guess. Theory about the chests of dedicated to. Last week it was volley.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
What do you want, Kevin? What's your deal today? Okay. Sang the Song of Luck. I blew myself up. That's what that was. Thanks, pet. Full disclosure, I would still rather use a Heck Waiter. I still think the Heck Waiter is better. But gun feels good. Hey, Logout Macro, how you doing? What do you think about Assault and Battery Contagion build? Is there a better multi-class combo for that than Claw? What effect do you think best for the weapon? The plus health ward, one Echo, something else? I'd say for Assault and Battery, you're looking at Warrior. being the peak there. It'd probably be really good at contagion stuff, because you could do contagion, alchemical agent. Claw would be nice there. There's a solid argument for running Frost Shiver, though. So you get Iron Squall for even more swing speed. More dot applications. But Claw Stalker with Assault Battery would be pretty good, Earthshock. I have a good one that I got. It's not the element I want, but it's a good one that I might test on my Claw Stalker today. We'll have to see. Yeah, I'd still comfortably rather use a Heck Waiter than this thing, but the beautiful thing is the Heck Waiter also got buffed, so I can just use it, and I'm still buff testing. Told people to do the thing to borrow? Yes, I'll have to amplify that. Oh yeah, I gotta go through the skull for this one. So like, same Heck Waiter, different day. It already murdered things in the face, it now even more so murders things in the face. Heck Waiter's sick. I still think Heck Waiter is like a top 3 SMG. Honestly, with it being buffed, I think it's top 2 now. If you don't include Livewire's melee stuff. I think it goes White Rider, Heck Waiter. Now, I still gotta try Throwable Hole. Is Throwable Hole just insane now? I imagine probably. I was a bit worried about the size of the buff on it. We can try that now. Where's my fucking Throwable Hole? Where'd I put this shit? There it is. We can try it out. Let me gear swap. Go that. Doesn't matter what I put in the slot, honestly. Where's my other Shark's Bane? Like, where's the good one? I guess we'll just use that one. Doesn't matter. It should all be correct. Yeah, I imagine this Chuck is gonna be pretty nuts. Hey, Ghost. Guess I'm not the first one to ask the question. Any notable buffs, nerfs? Have you read it? Because the reason why I'm asking that is because I think we should stop viewing things through the lens of nerfs when, you know, they're not even frequent. So remember when I said they sword explosioned the Throwable Hole? They, that's not okay. Misplace your hole again? I wish I misplaced my hole. So this thing's cracked. What am I watching? They massively buffed the Throwable Hole. And it's kind of crazy. Just does that now. It just does that. I used to have an Epic creator code for that, Joey, and I kind of don't anymore. I sort of reset my password and forgot to relink this shit, and they're like, oh yeah, you don't have this anymore now. I was like, oh, whatever. Full disclosure, I never made much off of that anyway. in like a year of having an Epic Creator Code, I made like $150 off it. Just want to check. I appreciate you keeping me in mind. Oil and Spice crying right now? Seriously. Oof. You imagine being Oil and Spice, you're like, hey, I'm the new kid. And you're just kind of mid, and then Throwable Hole turns into this. So how's everyone's day? Mine's going crazy with whole builds now. Spore Ward and Arrows was whole, Contagion was whole. Contagion for this, yeah. Contagion for this definitely sounds like a good play. Is there a hotfix today? There was. Exclamation point hotfix. There you go, there's the notes. Someone send me Primordial Heck later, I'll gift you free life insurance. I've been thinking about, there have been a lot of requests for me to, like, post my builds and stuff, and it's been something I've been dragging my feet on. But I'm getting less and less resistant to it, so in the coming couple weeks, I'll probably start posting my build saves. Similar to how I did in Borderlands 3. So, probably this one. And, it'll have a lot of things, such as Primordial Heck later. So if you don't get lucky within a couple weeks, Wisp, I got you. Does knives from hold do melee damage? No. Probably a dumb question. What is the reload damage modifier? So each kind of reload... It's not a dumb question at all, by the way. Spaded. It's a very good question. Each reload effect kind of has its own formula. Throwable holes, I have no fucking idea. At all. We know some of them, but not all of them have been tested. So, like, we know the Lightning Bolt Chuck formula. We know Dagger Storm formula. We know Guns with Wings and Pixies formulas. I don't know if Throwable Hole or Shadow Fire have been tested at all. Get the new PLC 2 gear and the bunnies. I don't know if that's changed with today's update, but before today, no. Unless you have bypassed hotfixes to do Form 4 of Imelda, which you're not supposed to be able to do yet, but some people did it anyway. Been hugging the vending machines for like way too long. I feel you, Wisp. Is this Primordial? No, this is just volatile. This is just the volatile one. Okay, idea. Throwable hole, Reaper of Bones. This thing would be really good at sustaining that, I feel like. This is area damage? Should be. Using Reaper Bones to the hole and Gluttony to sustain is great. Ooh, sounds good, Buick. Sounds real good. Just using a random build. I'm just using my gun build. My Mist Dancer I tend to do most weapon testing on. It's not at all geared towards that gun. Not even a little bit. The old bow in a hole. Okay, I'm looking for Ruby Spite here. No Ruby Spite. I see a full team of people using the hole. That's a sentence. Is the bullet damage from this decent? Basically just throw. At least pre-buff, the bullets weren't really worth anything, Shay. But post-buff, I'll have to test. Isn't there even a difference between type of weapon too? So like pixies from the wave shotgun do different. Yeah, different weapon types have different formulas. Shotgun formulas for Furiors, similar to Tediore shotgun formulas, are cursed. Weird math involved, and that's why a pistol with chain lightning does a lot more damage than a shotgun with chain lightning, despite the shotgun having higher card damage. Because different formulas. There's a Shadowfire. I should try the Shadowfire next. Yeah, Chaotic breaking 400 damage now. That's impressive. On the volley. Let's do Shadowfire next, I guess. Test the hole on my Reaver. Ancient Fury, Icebreaker, Frost Sigil, Chuck Hold, stand in the middle. Sounds like a play. Just normal one. Let's wait for a few hours. Saw the hotfix. Cool changes. How's that way to those? Changed about it. Slight damage increase. Get a ×2 hole as well. That corrupt plate mail contagion makes Reaper rolls a lot of fun. Yeah, the ×2 is going to be better for the shooting DPS for the throwable hole. It should be a net negative to the chuck damage. I don't have enchantments. Oh, there it is. There it is. There's the damage. Where'd that come from? I saw shock numbers. That looked like contagion. So this thing just applies dots really... 50% chance. 50% base? I missed that. I was not paying attention. I knew they increased the chance, but 50% base? Whew. That's... I have feelings about this. This is, yeah, that was a 245k on the crit. Yeah. Well, the not only is the chuck impact damage now very good, but the dot applications of this weapon are insane. See, you hit a crit spot with this thing, the enemy dead. They're just not alive anymore. And if they don't die, guess what? They just burn. What I'm gonna try next. I have a fire one. I'm gonna put on the fire one with a plate mail and see what happens. And we're back to Furior meta, yep. Oh boy. Friendship ended with pixies, now Shadowfire is my best friend. Wake up, babe, new Furior meta. What? That was a cursed crab that just kinda... So the Shadowfire sure is a gun that exists. At this point, I deserve a con buff after watching this. This is absolutely insane. I'm only barely aware of what's happening around me. I've been consumed by the Shadow Fire. It did so much damage, it hit me too, chat. I'm dying. It's over. Seems good at unaliving things. Yeah, that is an excellent way of putting it. So remember how I was running that lightning bolt build, and I needed a weapon for when I was out of ammo, and I was using Torg stickies? Yeah, a friendship ended with Torg stickies. That's gonna be a Shadow Fire now. I need to put a Shadow Fire there. Between these buffs, I now have 2 characters are gonna do a lot more DPS. Feels good, doesn't it, Buick? More variety, more better? Yeah. About Heckwaiter being second best? Yeah, never mind. Never mind. Heckwaiter's still top 5 in my heart, though. I don't think White Rider is best anymore. I really don't. Like, it's still really good. But the big thing with the White Rider is part variance. It is very dependent on parts to hit its max performance. Shadowfire, a lot less variation there. And it just kinda does that. Now, I will say the Shadowfire is gonna consume a lot more ammo if you're chucking it. Let's see how it does with like empty mag chucks. Treat it like a shooty gun. And chuck. This zombie would get the fuck down here. No? Fine, whatever. Guess I'll go up there. Hey Mellow Will, how you doing? I hate this enemy set. Get me out of this map. Like, it's not bad as a shooty gun. You get a little bit of fire rate, this thing can kind of kick out the DPS. Alright, how do you do on empty mag chuck? Still does the dot thing, so still good. So this could be a shooty gun, this could be a chuck gun, this could be a hybrid gun. Today is a day, yeah. This makes you happy, Gearbox bringing these love to these guns is great. Yeah, remember this next time someone says all they do is nerf. Throwable Hole and Shadowfire went from, like, C tier to A tier. Been busy working with Twitter and Wonderfix and site. Yeah, let me amplify that. Hang on. So if you guys got some time tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern, which is about an hour after my normal stream ending time, I might end a little bit early because of this tomorrow. A new show. Pyrex got a show she's running. The Wonderfix, where we discuss all kinds of big brain shit. And you guys know her skill at hosting already. I'm gonna be a guest on the first episode, so I'd love to have you guys around. Yeah, Shadowfire is insane. If you guys want to see the tweet, here you go. All the info there. This thing does chug ammo, though. If you're gonna chuck it for the pillars, it does eat your ammo. Cast 35, 1 roll, 500 crystals, all 4 blue items, feels worth it. Oh, sorry you're not having a look. you could tell contagion happened because the frost. Yeah, I'm not using cryo damage. So Shadowfire might have also replaced White Rider as my favorite contagion SMG, which makes things weird because it's not poison element. So like, do I still go Pandemicium? Or do I go Corrupted Plate Mail and use a Fire Shadowfire? Fire Shadowfire. Say that 5 times fast. Or do I use the new armor? The Miasmatic Mail. That bug last week, it sucked. Which one? I'm not sure you're referring to. In the hotfix, Shadowfire's base status effect chance was changed from -1 to 1 and damage scale from 1 to 1.5. Yeah, the status from this is crazy. Fire Shadow-See. Yes, Wisp. Yes. Like, that's just nuts. Evil Eye Crab, if only I had a Shadowfire. Whatever will I do? You know, get over here. Start teabagging me so I can kill you. Gun's sick. Shadowfire, Chad Pro, Shadow Evil. All the buffs go through. I don't think my Wizard's Pipe changed. I don't know what Wizard's Pipe damage was before, to be honest. So I'm probably not reliable on that. Blazing Volley definitely went through. Heck Waiter went through. Shadowfire went through. Throwable Hole went through. I haven't tried Fragment Rain. I guess we try that in the next run. Next run we'll do Fragment Rain. Looks like I'll be hitting the SMG bunny. Yeah. Update, start the story again, we'll save the game too. Yeah, they fixed that in under 2 days. Mellow will. No one lost any progress permanently. It was all restored. It was unfortunate that it happened, but they did work and fix it. Now, me personally, only one of my characters was affected, so I was still fine. And that character was back up and running within 2 days, so. Are all the SMGs nutty now? You know, yeah. Yeah, I think all the SMGs are officially good now, except maybe Oil and Spice could still use some love. Maybe. Especially if you compare it to these now. Yeah. But Shadowfire is crazy. Like, that's basically guaranteed dots because of how many times it hits. And guaranteed dots, very powerful applications in this game. Think about this hotfix? Very good. Very good. Wizard's Pipe hotfix, indeed missing. Sag. Variety of usable guns right now is wild, for sure. Wonder what these SMGs do to a boss. To a crit spot, this Chuck is gonna... Ugh. It's gonna eat. You boys got McNuggets on the way. McNuggets in Wonderlands? That sounds amazing. Someone says to be a man and use Cape of Tides with Fire, Shadowfire. Sure, I make me want to pick this game back up. I never stopped having fun with it, Tall Peasant. If this looks enjoyable to you, then what's the harm in picking it back up? Weekly support, so the game's constantly changing. You know, we get a different featured run every week. We get some buffs, some quality of life stuff. New content rolling out pretty quickly. I'd say there's a lot to love. Feature run's Dragon Lord. Yeah, I was having the feature run problem too. Maybe that's something I gotta address. I forgot this is Banshee and I shouldn't melee her. That's my bad. Well, I'd say this is pretty good. You know, it's like... It's an amount of damage.
Not dead, a whole lot angrier.
I can't focus on that because I'm looking at the pretty fire pillars. Equator still missing hotfix. Second fire mode didn't get fixed. Whatever. I never used it anyway. The primary fire mode is all you really care about in Equator. Even the boss fight counters melee. You gonna play the new Outriders DLC? Yeah, I do plan on playing that. Oh, they fixed the features, looking forward to a chill run. Yeah, I don't really like Dragon Lord featured runs. So hopefully they correct that. Yeah, definitely keep an eye out for Perceiver's. Perceiver's a good gun. Comes in all elements. It's just good gun. SMG Bunny just dropped me Primordial Fragment Rain. Thanks for the reminder. I'm gonna switch to Fragment Rain now. We're gonna try that out. See how this gun does. We'll use all the fixings. We got Cape of Tides, a Frost Amulet, and all the good stuff. What should I be hitting for? I guess we want Primordial Shadowfires, huh? Shadowfire is dedicated only though, right? Can it come from here? I don't remember. Hey Felicia, how you doing? I do have a Primordial Fragment Rain though, so that's pretty cool. They buffed Fragment Rain. Why? Because people asked for it. I don't think it should have been buffed, but yeah. It can? Cool. Thank you. Realize Heck Waiters are playing Hellwalker? Yeah. Also happens to be one of my favorite guns. Never really used a Perceiver, got a Primordial one in the bank though. It's really good. Just make sure you crit. And have as much crit chance as you can. Wizard's Pipe, 60 mag. This thing gets a huge mag size. Throwable Hole with a reload enchant. That's sick. Actually, Throwable Hole and Shadowfire on like pure companion builds now. Like class feat companion builds. Because you want to reload often for that gun enchant for those, and it'll be good just damage and enemy control. That's neat. Primordial Deodand. This game worth buying? I would say so. The game's been out for, as of yesterday, 2 months. And in that 2 months, I have over 31 days of playtime. So, if you ask me, yeah, I'd say it's worth it. That's just my opinion, though. Anything good in the vendors? Perceiver. Hey, Boom, how you doing? Fragment Rain's unique because it can roll different TDR effects. Most legendaries aren't so flexible. Yeah, Fragment Rain can get Hydra. Hydra or Impact. So the thing about the Fragment Rain is it's a multi-target gun. You hit one enemy to kill everyone else. See how all the other enemies died first? That's how you use this gun. It still works that way, so don't expect the first enemy to die first. You target the strongest enemy to kill all the other ones. Or you could do something like on the drill boss fight and shoot the harpoons to hit the boss. It's not a single target gun. I'm glad they didn't seem to make it ridiculous in single target, but it's killing the other enemies. You can hear them dying behind me. There goes the testing, had to do some chores. Throwable Hole and Shadowfire are insanely good now. Blazing Volley feels good. Like, nothing crazy. It just feels good. Wizard's Pipe, sadly, the buff did not go through, so we gotta wait on that. Fragment Rain feels just, like, the same, honestly. It already felt good, so it just feels like more gooderer now. It's still a mobbing gun, and you could do Omega cheesy shit like this. You could shoot these respawning barrels, and the Fragment Rain ricochets will go off and clear the map. Finally some damage to go with cool Shadowfire visuals. Yeah. It's really insanely good. This is why overbuffing the Fragment Rain would be bad, because the amount of gameplay involved in using this gun, it's not high. I could just sit here, and eventually the whole map will die. Now because this is zombies, I think, they're not really coming anywhere. This is why Fragment Rain's sleeper. That's crap. That's why they're not coming to me. Still more interactive than Pixies. That is technically true. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let's go back to Shadowfire. Because that's just fun. I like the Shadowfire. It makes me feel good in my brain. By doing that. Shadowfire does what exactly? Makes a big pillar like that. And it now has much more damage, and if you look at that, it has a base status effect chance of 50%. Base status effect chance. So if you get other status effect chance increases with that, you can get basically guaranteed dots, not that it isn't already. And it's pretty commonly known how powerful Contagion is in this game, but status effects on their own are also good, even without Contagion doing stuff and things. So now you just throw gun, and if anything survives the impact, which is not guaranteed, because this thing on a crit impact is very strong, then, like, the dot kills them, for sure. It's so good. Too Good needs nerfing? I don't know if I'd say that. It does consume a lot of ammo. You are locked to either fire or dark magic for the elements of the gun. And it does require a degree of aim and risk. It is not as free as something like a Pixie. Throwable hole might be a bit much, though. I will say that. Throwable hole, if built for it, is probably terrifying. Like, it terrified me just using it and passing on this build.
I sent you.
I wonder how good this dot stuff would be without a Sabo class. Clawbringer would give the dots good formula anyway. Spell Shot would give magic bullets to the Chuck, which would be more formula. Berserker would give it more formula. Like, I'm playing the class with the least damage formula. So sure, I have the Stabo dot stuff, but ultimately it's just damage duration and a debuff. You can get debuff from this class already. You can tell when Contagion's happening, because things just kind of insta-die, but the tick-to-death stuff, that's just the dots on merit. So this will be good on any class, is basically what I'm saying. Consider playing around Shadowfire and your Bone Carver. Shadowfire is definitely going on my Bone Carver. Definitely. Hole and Shadow beat Sword Explosion in damage. I wouldn't say that, but they're entirely different kinds of weapons.
Bet you wish you turned away.
Then Dragonlord status with Fragment Rain killed everything else on the map before it went down. Side objective failed. Did get my chance in order, but I stayed Reaper for a full. Room's just destroying Hole strong. Yeah. Durable Hole is crazy good.
Come on then, let's get this.
Gotten buffed 2 weeks in a row, by the way, chat. 2 weeks in a row. I do feel some woe about it. 2 weeks in a row. It got enchanted last week, and this week it got 2 very large buffs. Legendary is bad? Totally. All they do is nerf, right, Boom? Play the angles proc off Shadowfire? The bullets, yes, but the chuck, no. Throw, but hole. Primordial Gluttony, Primordial Rubies, Primordial Dark Magic Ludite for this build too. Has a lot of Dark Magic. Love to see it. Dark Magic is such a good, just feeling element, you know? I really feel like they nailed the balance. Who is calling me? I'm getting so many calls. They never leave a message, which is how I know it's not important. About 2 weeks, I'll probably ask you this question: which guns in Wonderlands are bad? Alright, yeah, ask me in 2 weeks. Cryo nerf at all cryo or just guns? It's guns. Yeah, my Ice Spike has the same damage, just guns.
Piercing cold. Ready.
This gun is so good. Glad they're fixing the live wire melee. Me too, Swollen Beast Knees. It's one of those things that you just... Power fantasy is nice, but even the power fantasy people look at that and go, alright, that's too much. Livewire, I'm glad they told us exactly how they feel about it and what they want to do about it and where they want the weapon to end up. And I think that's a good creative vision.
Piss off to the hereafter. So that's where it's going to be.
Meanwhile, like,
Chew on this.
good luck getting me to not use Shadowfire for an hour. It's too fun. Shadowfire element locked. Fire or dark magic. Those are the two it can drop in. Hope they can find a good solution keeps Livewire as a reasonable stat stick. Yeah, I hope so too. Primordial hits really hard. Nice. Dragonlord, I was doing normal runs to avoid you. Dick. What hit? Did I guess I statused myself? That's awkward. Okay. Just do this then. Now you know my pain with drill. No one cycle. Terrible gun, throw it in the trash. Buff it again. Want Livewire to not outshine 40% blade, still be an option for AoE melee. Right now, all melee builds use Livewire because it's better than anything. I run melee crossbolt masher on mine just for the sake of doing it. But yeah, currently there's no practical reason to use any melee stat sticks that are not Livewire, and I do want that to change. Oh, that was contagion.
I've got all the magic I need.
Fear checks don't benefit from the crossbolts. Hilts on the gun? I don't know what you mean. You mean the crossbolt stuck modifier? Like, everything gets that. As long as you stick the crossbolts. Can I hit Bernadette with the Shadowfire chuck? I can. Does it meaningfully damage her? No. I'm gonna fall off trying to do that. I shouldn't continue that. That's not the right gun. It's also not the right gun. What keybinds do I have? Oh, there it is. Is this a featured run? No, this is a normal run. I was having some difficulty getting the featured run they mentioned in the hotfix. Maybe I'll try that again.
Good for what else?
Yeah, liquid cooling still slaps cheeks. Don't have my frost gear on right now, and it still did that. Yeah, liquid cooling's still great. Cool. Little drive-by test of that. How are the buffs? Houndstain's throwable hole, very crazy. Extremely good. Shadowfire is also nuts. Shadowfire might be the best contagion weapon in the game now. Correct me if I'm wrong, isn't this the week 1 featured run? I did a normal run. This is a normal run. Scroll. I'm ending with Dragon Lord, but I had DLC maps in this run. This is a normal run. I did not click featured. I feel like the most thematically on-point gear and class setup in the game would be Bone Carver with Shadowfire and a Hellfire spell. Yeah. Wish they could remove the lunge on Ragnaroks like probably do Excel Exalted Blade, but in Wonderlands. Well, the Ragnaroks also got shit damage, Sean, so you don't have to use it anyway. So what about the featured run? So sometimes the game gets confused and defaults to the week 1 featured, which is a Dragon Lord one. I was having that issue. I don't know if that's been corrected yet. Should we go to Imelda, chat? Say class is bad or good damage formula, what aspects of the formula are good or bad? Getting a good overall influence on damage multiplication determines what has a good or bad formula. So for example, Spore Warden Tree does not meaningfully have any really good formula. It's got gun damage, which is a very common boost. It's got ability damage, which no other tree has, but it's still a common boost. It's got conditional damage on Headhunter, which is nice, and Wrath of Nature is debuff, which the only other one is Exploit Their Weakness. So its tier 5 is good at damage formula. But that's all it gets, because gun crit chance is minimal, gun damage is common, easy to get, ability damage is common, easy to get, and Play the Angles is a damage interaction, not damage formula. So Spore Warden is terrible formula-wise. Stabomancer, similarly, is also terrible formula-wise for most things. You've got the debuff, same as Spore, which is good. And in terms of direct formula, that's about the most notable thing. Arsenal is small amounts of 3 non-unique boosts. Follow-up is only for melee attacks, so for melee, Stabo's good. Potent Poison is great for dots, so that's something. Haste is not formula directly. Melee attack speed is great for melee, but not formula. Nimble Fingers is okay. Swift Death is terrible. Sneak Attack is terrible. Thousand Cuts is terrible. Alchemical Agent is a damage interaction, not directly formula. So, like, in terms of formula, this multi-class is carried by formula from gear and damage interactions. Compare that to something like Berserker, which has a wide spread of this is a damage type, this is a damage type, this is a damage type, stuff that you can just apply to other things. That's why Berserker is such a good second class, because it can just give the formula to an interaction, like, say, Play the Angles, and boost it to a point it otherwise would have been able to reach. Spell Shot has a decent formula for what it is trying to do specifically, but also spell damage can be just applied to many other things through other means, such as Spellblade and Paradigm. Makes this your favorite gun setup if bad formula? The interactions. Play the Angles from the Shadows, Contagion, we get a lot of fire rate, we get a lot of mag size, we get Headhunter to reward aiming for crit spots. It's very active despite using something seemingly passive. It allows me to do different things with the guns other than just increase their damage. Basically just variable damage sources. Not sources, as multipliers. Sources would be the thing itself. Like, for example, Play the Angles is a damage source. In terms of in-game terms, it's a different thing, but this is where you apply your formula to. Storm Smite is something you apply your formula to. Executioner's Blade is something you apply your formula to. It does not apply to your formula. So this is to boost this. But if you don't have a good formula for this, then it won't do much. Times 2 throwable hole. We're gonna put on Bradluck. I already used my crystals, but thank you. Missing hotfix for featured? Baby. Yeah, let's go do Imelda.
Well, if it isn't my favorite.
Oh, my connection is fluctuating. That's fun. Hopefully I can hit her easily enough with the throwable hole. But we'll see. Gun, area, elemental, crit, gun. Let's go to Imperial Source. Right. ticking as many individual boxes in the damage formula as you can. Love hearing these explanations. Hey, my pleasure, I'm fed. My pleasure.
Hey, just looking at this mirror.
Difficulty 2. She gonna die. Accurate.
The pursuit of power can be all.
How to use Livewire for those OP things? Swing a melee weapon while holding it.
Together these souls.
That's all I gotta do.
Reward, yes. Look at that face. I'm only teasing.
Winter's Blade! Spell slots are ready!
Lore. Yeah, we don't care about that. We're Lance players. We don't care about that. Really curious to see how Form 2 is. Yeah, I'm hopeful she's at least more accessible. Anyone who's seen it, don't tell me. But I'm on some hopium.
Use your expertise to find out secrets they're holding.
Imagine if we had splash radius. Like, not just spell radius, but splash radius as an available thing. With this, that'd be kind of... Maybe I don't want to imagine that.
It says, magic shroomlets hold the fangs, goblin beans, hot or cold, pirate craft. Up a list like this. It's unfathomable. I must see the mind that cooked up this mess. Only a wild imagination could
These enemies are weak enough that I probably could just run around shooting to conserve my ammo.
go and find
If I actually fucking hit. Yeah, provided I hit, that works fine. But it's me. Am I really gonna hit? No. I missed that ice spike as I said that. Quag aim.
Never send a corpse to do a killer's job.
Oh, weird cool tidbit I guess I could show off. So you know how this one launches you over here? Oh, it launches you? Well, if you do this instead... teleports you. I don't know if it works from this side. No. If you mantle onto this side, it teleports you. Useless information, but I just thought it was funny.
I see a trip to the witch doctor in the future of who. Tear your eyes away from your beautiful surroundings and put laser focus on gathering beans.
Cool your head! Thought you had me, didn't you?
That goblin's packed.
Keep in mind, some of my upfront damage is being significantly reduced because I'm using a corrupted plate mail. For more dot consistency.
Bet you wish you turned away.
So these chucks could be hitting a lot harder directly. And also if I actually hit the crit spot, they do a lot more.
Goblin beans bouncing your way.
Stop running away. Why are goblins like this? How's the SMGs faring? Shadowfire and Throwable Hole are nuts. Shadowfire is out here with good chuck damage and a 50% base status chance. In a game with Contagion. I was like, that was pretty good. And a new bean joke? It's not that I've seen. It could be asthmatic male, could be the play, reaching nearly 100% status chance while mopping. That status chance is going to be not additive to the base. But, let's see. How much... Do I have any on me? No, they're not on this save. How much is it at whatever chaos tier? For the status chance? Because you can get 30% comfortably from cost to kill. You can get, like, fucking 80% chance from Amulet if you're into that. You can get another 20 from an enchant. So depending on how much Miasmatic Mail is, you can regain some of that from going back to status effect damage on the Amulet. And you could end up with very consistent status effects. If Shadowfire came in Poison, the game would be over. Game would be over. It is only balanced because it's not Poison. %70 volatile on the chance? Wow. You didn't think loot luck is proportional to the number of hours played? Gearbox be like, you like our game? I like you, here's some loot luck. I don't really have very good luck though, Rohit. There's people who play a lot less than me who have a lot better luck than I do. So I wish it worked that way. Technically use Diamond Guard. Diamond Guard is less efficient than Caustic, because Diamond Guard is 50% chance after 5 hits, whereas Caustic is 30 after 1. So it's far easier to keep full Caustic up than it is full Diamond Guard.
I hear these crabs are to die for. Oh, I guess the pirates proved it.
Oath of Fire boosts his gun's chuck. Oath of Fire applies to anything that is damage source gun. So if the chuck gets gun damage, then it'll get it. Imbued weapon could give you bonus poison damage. Imbued weapon. Or the forbidden spell. So yeah, this is definitely just like the best Contagion gun in the game now. You do need to be fairly close, but yeah.
One more crab for the collection.
Ooh, I never get tired of that.
The recipe says, now that you've caught crabs, it's bone time. Oh.
Too bad Diamond Guard doesn't have Felt Mod. If it did, it'd be a lot better, because Diamond Guard is just like less efficient Caustic and locks itself out of Element or any other relevant stuff.
I can't even imagine.
You have to see a clear Contagion stack on my build, even though I'm well over the 101%. Do you have a bunch of bonus elements? Because you need to do a lot of instances of damage. And the more points you have in Contagion, the better. Because at base, Contagion, 8% per point. Getting to many more points than that helps a lot. And then keep in mind, it is a chance calculated on another chance. And then you need that chance to roll successfully several times. That's why having so many instances of damage and such a high base chance to begin with helps. Because if we can get this Shadow Fire guaranteed applying a dot, that cuts out some of the RNG. Instead of us having to go off of, say, a 40% chance after buffs. Instead of having to go off of that and then roll the Contagion chance, which in my current build is 16% per dot tick. Instead of that, I just roll the 16%, which is far more consistency.
They should call cute skeletons bone snacks instead of bone meals.
I should conserve some ammo. Liquid cooling still slaps. Low luck, basically? Yeah, I think you're just unlucky.
Did you ever think you have this many bones outside your body?
Stepped in it this time.
At this point, you've broken more bones than you've broken sweat.
Which one did I not hit? This one. Like how she put emphasis on some words to the storyline, like B and bones.
This world's no place for weak.
Would it be too much if I said bone appetite? Oh, it is.
Cool, back to Shadowfire now.
That's the whole list of ingredients. It's time to see the mind behind all this.
Beating Imelda already to confirm Form 2 is out. I am on Stage 2 right now, Rohith. This is my first run through. Yeah, I selected Stage 2, so should be. Blue Luck Effect Bunnies? Yes. Gotta go see you later. Take it easy, Boom. You have a good one.
I see an invitation to dinner in your future.
She's still very difficult to hit, but at least I can hit her. Oh, that's different. Wait, she's even harder to hit now? But why though? But why though? Well, she's not in the pot anymore, but like...
Give up your mind for a thing so
But why though?
power. Shame.
Mission failed, we'll get him next week.
Feeling peckish. I should be feeling stabbish. I'm once again tested.
Mirror bosses just fly higher, forehead. Easier to melee now, I guess, is it? Why is flight the answer? What, is she just gonna fly over the hitbox in week 3 of the room?
Likes. Understand why. It's very
I was so excited to see your reaction and it exceeded expectations. I'm happy to perform. Next week she blows the roof off, yeah. Week 4 is just in space. Jester, same page. Same height as Greater Boss. It might be meleeable, but the fact that, like, stop making flying shit.
unimaginably different.
She got smaller. Yeah, she's smaller and higher in the air. It might be like Chums, where Chums 4, you can technically melee him, but it's miserable. So that's where you need the 22 times ski prod zoom. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Up next, Drill, but in the sky. Drill who flies over meleeers. Let's focus on Shadowfire being good. I'll stick to that. That's my happy place. So what do we use it on now? Ooh, I want to put Shadowfire on the Chuck build. The Chuck build. What element do I put? The Dark Magic one? Yeah, I'll put the Dark Magic one away. Oh, I can't. Fuck. I guess I'm selling something. I don't really need that cube. That's fine. That's definitely not a tiebreaker, but okay. My inventory a little bit confused there. That's fine though. It's trying its best. Drew, whose feet are rocket boosters. Guess I could re-roll the Dark Magic one. Is that better than Volatile? Is what better than Volatile? Afraid. Primordial? Yes. Oh, I should have taken that enchant. Not smart of me. Grab it if it pops up again. With a different spell, that could be good. It's like, you constantly get action skill start. I was running like a Trickster Ice Spike. Which maybe I should fucking do. Sure, whatever. Take that, put it away. I get Primordial, whatever. It drops on Chaos 35. Featured run, yeah, so featured run defaults to Dragon Lord if it doesn't know what to do. So they probably messed up something with the deployment of the feature. I just keep an eye out. They usually fix things associated with the feature the day of, so I'm not worried. It'll get sorted out. In the meantime, I'm just doing other runs. Extra spell projectile enchant work on polymorph cast? Yeah, thanks for testing, Beaver. How much hours you played? See those level 40s? Let's check. 32 days, 1 hour, 43 minutes, and 42 seconds. So yeah, 32 days. We'll do that. Once that's when I get home, 2 calamities and polymorph cast. Nice. Yeah, it'd be really good. What enchantment you're looking for in that Shadowfire? Nothing in particular really pragmatic. Just something that'd be useful for this chucking build.
I blame you for trying. Volley stop.
So this is a non-stabo, and you can see the dots still doing work. Over 100k on a chuck on a crit. I don't think I have SMG SDUs on this character, which I should change. Colossus enchantment, I should really consider different spells as well. Benefit from that projectile. Dragon Aura increased weapon dot damage? Yes. Nasty Spiller Toothless. Fuck you too, game. And also getting a blurry image. Yeah, Spaded. I have a very unstable internet connection. Blame my ISP. I do, every day. It is likely on my end. And it happens whenever there's some congestion. I have a setting enabled that basically makes it so OBS will blur the image instead of having you guys have to buffer. So, best I can do. I figure that's better than buffering constantly. If it doesn't clear up within like 2 minutes of it starting, then try a refresh. It usually helps it. Yeah, Shadowfire is so sick.
I've got all the magic I need.
Can any of you run in peace?
Let's make this interesting. How's that for an active reload?
I also thought it was featured to cover quags. I don't even just curse shit. Unfortunately, my ISP is quite terrible. Usually a crystal for me. Yeah, it's an inconsistency thing. Sometimes it's tied to weather. Sometimes it's a lot of usage in the area. I don't know. I hate it. Occasionally, my terrible PC contributes, and, just kind of decides to die instead of encoding. But I don't think that's happening today. What spell is that? I'm using a Colliding Eruption. Self-cast, knocks back all enemies near me. Doesn't do exceptional damage, but the utility is really nice, because it lets me line up enemies so I can chuck at them. Some old lady downloading every episode of Sex and the City. Some of the hotfix real quick in terms of winners and losers. Wizard's Pipe buff did not successfully go through. Shadowfire and Throwable Hole are now top tier items. Everything else was good and got better. The Frost weapon nerf that you're probably going to see Redditors bitching about did not do anything meaningful. Like, it's just Frost is no longer inherently better than other elements. They're just equal now. Like, for example, where's my Great Bows? Oh, that's the other save. A Frost Great Bow no longer has more damage than a Poison one. They're just the same value now.
That's more like
Sweet, thank you. You're very welcome. Nice, thanks. You're welcome as well. Finally, a reason to use a fire liquid cooling.
At least you're some use.
It's so pretty. No, you. Seen all the no PLC 2 loot? I'm aware of all of it, but it's maybe not spoiled for, if you do happen to know, spoiled for people who have not experienced it yet. Now, some of it still technically shouldn't be available. Didn't stop people from save editing on day one, but let's keep it close to the chest. Hey Epic, come here today seeking mental reassurance. New Hotfix 1 has actively killed my frost build. I have no idea what to do. Any tips? They can't keep doing this. Yeah, so I can fix this for you in 3 easy steps. Alright, first step. You ready for this one? The first step is you need to make a burner Twitter account. Okay? This part is very important. Then you need to use that burner Twitter account to link your Reddit post that you make about how all they do is Nerf. Now, the third part's very, very essential to this. The third part, you need to ignore the fact that they buffed these guns to the point of insanity. You need to ignore that, because otherwise your whole argument falls apart. So then, you use the burner Twitter to tweet out the Reddit thread, and then, there you go, profit. How you doing, Epic? If you didn't catch it, the Shadow Fire is, whew. Quit, I'm uninstalling. Shadowfire is doing so much damage, I think it's killing my internet connection faster. 5.9% is a very legitimate issue. Gearbox have ruined my life. True and real. Mad about Hotfix because it's Nerf or nothing. Yeah, ignore the massive SMG buffs and... Yeah. Stop giving me Dragon Lord. How can you uninstall something if you never even played the game since you finished the story in the first place? Maybe the visual effects are killing your PC? Fucking possibly. I like how I decided that nowhere would be safe anyway, so I'm just standing in the middle and letting my ski peel me. Nasty skill moment.
Now that's the good stuff.
All-time best comments are the "I stopped playing this game 3 weeks ago, here I am letting you know about it 3 weeks later" ones. Oh yeah, it's great. Like, I love the people making a production over them not playing the game anymore. It's like, okay, I don't give a shit. I don't need to know why you're not playing the game. I don't need to know why you're leaving the game in exactly 3 days, 7 hours, and 16 minutes. I don't need to know from your chat bot why you think the game is bad. Like, I don't care. Go away. Like, bye. I think game's good. I keep playing game. Simple as that. It's just more proof that these people are just being dramatic as opposed to, you know, looking at the numbers and playing the game. Force negativity at its finest. Yep. Like, it is okay to not like something. It is not okay to make your entire internet footprint not liking that thing. That's something I wish people would take in stride. Quag, my brand. Oh, I'm out of ammo. I guess it's Shadow Fire time. That's where the magic happens. How do I deal with Bernadette with this? I can't quite hit her easily with Shadow Fire. Leave me alone. Need ammo. That's enough. Yeah, I didn't budget my ammo well. That's what happened here. Cool. Can't wait for tomorrow. Please don't burn whole chat down. Fuck Bernadette. All my homies hate flying enemies. It's a good thing Imelda isn't. Real critics move on after the review if they don't like the thing. Right, they don't linger and make sure that everyone knows how much they hate it week to week. Everyone's a critic, most of them don't offer any solutions. I take it a step further than that, Bazooka Dude. They offer solutions that they don't intend to have their opinion swayed by anyway. That's what's most frustrating about it to me. I don't like this. Okay, would changing this win you over? No. Then fuck you. Predictions on Livewire Nerf? I have a feeling it's going to be in the Shadow Realm. I don't know why. It's one of those things that, like, it's mechanically changed from something that was already overpowered to something that's even more overpowered. And the way they worded, and the blurb they had about it in the notes was great. But, like, they don't want it doing the thing where the melee weapon you're using matters more than the live wire itself. But you can't correct that without dealing with the mag thing. So I think it's more likely to end up in a state where it's like, okay, why would I even use this outside of multi-target? I think I'm on the same page as you there, Epic. Like, I don't know how you can tone it down lower to where it used to be without removing the mag size thing, honestly. Like, the fact that it's melee right now is what's making it busted, but even before that, it had the mag size thing, and it being gun damage had its own set of problems. I don't know how you can balance the live wire. I just, like, hate the whole, I'm gonna say I hate this game and it sucks and still profit off a thing, just leave it alone. It's about the complaining, not about the action. Always remember to differentiate between people who have good faith conversations about the likes and dislikes of a thing, people who will not be shy about sharing their unfiltered opinions. You know, Epic here has put out some content outlining what he would like to change. But he's also a guy who looks at numbers and has objective conversations about this stuff. There are a lot of people out there who don't think like we do. I wouldn't mind even if they changed it down to a point where it doesn't do meaningful damage, as long as it applies damage to status. I'm happy. It's how I learned to use it and expect it to work. Like, we're in a situation where we have multiple melee stat stick options that the Livewire just makes you ignore. Like, I really like using melee crossbolts, but is it at all even remotely as efficient as a Livewire? No. You can get 40% blade Skulldugger pistols, but should you? No. So this is the legendary Quag. Legendary? I'm okay. I'm legendary at having a bad internet connection right now. How you doing? Welcome in. Worst case scenario, Livewire is good for awe, even if its damage gets neutered, still has some benefit. That's a good point. The mechanical advantage of it doing a thing when you melee when no other gun does that, that's still something. 8-bit Quag. Retro Quag. I picked up this for loot luck, and then forgot to equip it, because I'm smart. So, Shadowfire absolutely passes the vibe check. I have this Trickster Spike. Maybe I try to roll a better enchant on the Trickster Spike, and we use that. Sound like they almost want to redesign it, which would be cool. There aren't much precedents of that. Trying to think of the last time they'd completely reworked the function of an item. It doesn't happen often, does it? Do you think Skulldugger Weapon's gonna see a blanket buff next week? Why would they? The pistols are already extremely good. As for the launchers, at least the unique ones are good. I don't know how the non-uniques fare. The ARs... I haven't used those in a bit. I should probably revisit that. But I don't think Skulldugger needs any blanket anything. Something about Pan gives you benefit just being held even if you don't plan to melee. Yeah, Pan's cool. Vibe check nerfs the con. Pain. I'm going for action skill start 40% gun damage. Would it be preferred here? That's good too, though. After casting a spell, increase gun damage and fire rate? Sure. Why not? That's almost as good. Livewire removing mag interaction to make it a more dynamic weapon in general. Stacking stab skills and stripping shields. Always be good as long as it does something. I'm more than happy for its damage to be pulled way back to keep melee fun and unique. Yeah, if the mag thing was gone, then you'd actually want to shoot the gun for follow-up before meleeing. And you'd want to just kind of shoot the gun in general to be doing something when you're not meleeing, as opposed to just constantly keeping it at 1 ammo at all costs. What if they try to buff the con with the exact same buffs they try with the Malik's Bane? What, like, less ammo consumption on one fire mode? I don't know how that would do much. Also, yeah, if the stream quality is really bad, try to refresh. OBS is struggling right now. I done statused myself. Awesome dude, tired of all these other Choosers, Primordial builds legit in 2 days, say the game is no content. Yeah, it's not a good look for those people, is it? I have no bone to pick with save editing as a concept. But the thing is, people who pretend that they don't, and then use that as justification for the game not having content. Like, oh, well, there's nothing to do. Yeah, the gear grind, though. Same as every game. When it comes to something like endgame speedrunning, yeah, I totally believe in save editing for peak showcases, but you should denote it as such. And there's a lot of content out there that does not do that. I don't know, I just believe in a little more honesty than that, you know? We do a little status. We do a little status.
I blame you for trying.
Like, no Stabo, and the dots still do that much. Feels good.
Get stuck.
Keep forgetting to use my Ice Spike. Anarchy. Why not? The mods went public for BL3, people speedrun creating perfect build setups and burned out so fast for game being too easy. See, it had the opposite effect on me. Save editing in BL3 allowed me to showcase more builds with item combinations you couldn't realistically obtain, and it added a lot of longevity. I can't speak. Excuse me. To endgame speedrunning. So it increased playtime for me, but I'm a builds-focused kind of guy. Now, I don't save edit my builds in this game. Like, I don't engineer myself perfect rolls and all my shit and everything, because ultimately a lot of the replay value right now is the gear progression. So I don't want to deny myself that. That's why I don't really accept many traded items either. Here and there I'll take one, like a quest reward or something. But for the most part, I just want to go play and get it myself. Friend just recently got the game. He said he wanted to do a status focus build. I said he should try Stabo, so he continued to go Graveborn Berserker and got mad at me when he did no damage. Lands player moment. The 2 projectile trickster is fun, but I don't think I really have the investment to make it worthwhile currently. We'll see how I feel about that on board. It's an amount of damage I can do from range, which is more than what my eruption is doing. That's my thought process. See, that's something. Or just making the best of the enchant I happen to have. Aw, I was one enemy short. That's rude. I don't plan on save editing at all in this game. Perfect gear in this game seems completely nuts in terms of power it gives. Right, like the difference between, you know, if I had all perfect passes with this at Primordial, that's a huge damage hike. Like, this Primordial Sharksbane's already nuts, and it's got a stat that does nothing for me, companion health, and a second stat that's utterly non-impactful because I already have a bunch of reload speed, so the difference literally is not perceptible by the human eye without a side-by-side. So, like, this is just for the gun damage, and it's already crazy. Like, yeah, perfect gear in this game is absolutely absurd in how it affects your perception of the game. After a few runs, Darkhold feels like it's in a good spot. It's strong, and honestly not feeling OP. You think it's okay, Tank? That's good to know. I want to see how it does with adding a bunch of bonus elements, because the tick rate on it is makes that sound interesting. Man, that was a dot. Status, but whole. I don't say save editing's bad, you know that. I meant players who did that and felt like the game. Yeah, of course. I know what you mean. Yeah. Big reason why I got on PS5 and PC, I'd be tempted to edit or load saves. Even with the ability to, it's just like I have no real desire to for most things. It makes testing certain things a bit easier. Well, like, for the most part, meh.
Now that's the good stuff.
Recommend for the enchantment sheet. It might be exclamation point enchantment. I don't remember. Stupid loot enemies. Go away. Enchants. Thank you. I love when they do that. Like, you still can't hit them, but it's cute.
You won't be needing that. So, that's the way it's gonna be, eh?
All the balancing on this hotfix feels good. Really easy not to be tempted to save out it when good gear is plentiful, and you just get it by playing the regular game cadence. Right, it's not like the only farming in this game is, hey, stare at a loading screen, save quitting one enemy forever. In fact, it's a common criticism of this game that that's not the farming. But like, when the farming is gameplay based, by, say, doing a Chaos Chamber run, I don't mind just going after the gear myself, because I can work towards multiple gearing goals at once. I can enjoy actually using my build. I don't mind it.
Helpful. Ready to cast. Loose.
Started save editing class mods and artifacts in BL3 later in the life cycle. Too much variance, not enough gameplay to be fun going after. Yeah, later in the life cycle is pretty commonplace. What crap gun is that? I'm glad you asked, DJ Ewok. This is the Shadowfire. This got a couple of huge buffs today. It's extremely good now. Easily made it to, like, my favorite guns. This is one of my favorites to use, period. Really enjoyable. Got 2 buffs today.
Cool your ray. It begins. That's settled, isn't it?
Looks super cool, like throwable hold instant. Yeah, not a bad comparison. It comes in dark magic and in fire, so you've got some flexibility in what targets you can use it against, or element matchups as well. And it has a 50% base status effect chance, so it's really good for contagion builds, for example, or just any build that has some status effect investment.
Banner's tapped out. Let's make this interesting.
Save editing is one of the reasons I want to be able to reroll the passes on armor. Would likely still take many, many hours to roll an improvement. It would. it would. There's definitely more than enough part variance to achieve longevity that way. In a perfect world, we wouldn't feel incentivized to save edit because everything would feel achievable. But we'll give you base game cosmetics you're missing as well as DLC. That I don't know the answer to, Ross. I do not know. Let me use this to get through the ward real quick. No, that's not the right one. There's the right one. That's just really good sustained damage. Armor farming is one reason I don't disrespect save edits, that and quest item farming. I'm not doing save edited builds myself, at least not yet. Because I'm content to just get my stuff through gameplay. I don't feel super pressured or anything. So this is an annoying bug. You can keep buying ammo from this machine. It does take your money. It just lets you keep buying ammo. So I don't know what to deal with that is, but it's the thing. Capitalism. Okay, let's hope for some Primordial Shadowfire. Or BL3 had that bug before? Yeah, it's nasty. This wasn't featured? It was not. I've just been doing normal runs after the first attempt at getting it featured. Not fantastic luck on these. It's not even a good White Rider. Oh well. Just means more farming. I'm okay with that. Anyway, I think this is a good stopping point. So the Shadowfire is pretty sick. It's pretty sick. I like this gun a lot. I gotta try it on my Bone Carver, my Dot Bone Carver. I want to try it on some Reaper of Bones stuff as well. Just overall cool gun. Heck Waiter got buffed, was already good. SMGs just feel good. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. I'll be live tomorrow, business as usual, and tomorrow after stream will be the Wonder Fix, so make sure you keep tabs on that and everything. Peric's working very hard on that, and I'm happy to be a part of the first episode. Let's find somewhere for us to go. See who's alive doing the Wonderlands thing. Let's see, Lazy's on, Alex on. What time did Alex start? Oh, it's his birthday. It's his birthday. Alright, it's Alex's birthday. We gotta go say hi to Alex for his birthday. Hopefully I don't keep him streaming longer than he intends to. About 2.5 hours? Okay. We'll raid Alec. Sure, Control. We'll do that raid message. Or actually, no. Let's, Wizard Pipe got its buff and Heckwaiter got second mode fixed. Cool. I'll test that out later today. Let's do, just happy birthday for Alec, okay? Happy birthday, copy that. So I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. We're gonna say hi to Alec, another Lands content creator, very talented editor. You probably have seen some of his work, and you'll enjoy the vibes there. He's a good guy, a good community. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Tomorrow, I'll do my best to have spicy builds and stuff for tomorrow with some of the new buffed weapons. Anyway, thank you guys. I appreciate you, and thanks for sticking it out. I apologize again for the quality of the stream today. I hate my ISP, but I love you guys. Thank you again. Bye-bye.